What's up everyone? A couple quick things before we start this video. As you probably can tell from the video length and video title, this is a long one. I haven't quite added it all up yet. I haven't put it all together yet, but I'm thinking it's about 4 to 5 hours long. Few reasons for that. So one, I recently put a poll out that you might have seen about what you guys think about me putting all of my attempts on a matchup in the same video versus spreading them out into different videos. So this is kind of a perfect example where I've had multiple hour-long losses, which I've included all in the same video rather than break it into, 3 or so different videos. So if you didn't vote in that poll or you have other thoughts on whether I should do videos like this all in one or split out, let me know. The absolute last thing I want to do is only post the win video, because then you'll just get the wrong impression of kind of the things you'll get a wrong impression of me, oh, I just win first time every time. Absolutely not. I think it's also, some of you might want to see kind of the progression of the deck over time, but I still don't know, should I just do that with a quick cutting of the losses, or should I put the full loss game? So let me know what you think. I've put the full losses in. And so especially as I get ready for some of the hardest matchups left in my challenge, in the Galaxy's Most Wanted box in particular, I could see myself having several more hour-long games. So I'm looking for feedback on what you think gives the best viewing experience. Are you comfortable just, you have the agency to just skip to the last game if you just want to see the win and check that I got the win, or you can, endure all of the long games if you want. So yeah, just let me know what you're thinking, and that'll help inform what I do for what I anticipate will be some hard matches down the road. Second quick thing is, because there are so many attempts here, I have not done my usual review of the losses for rules errors. So there are many things that I actually did catch at some point that I walked back, but I won't have the text going up on the screen that says what that mistake was. So just a heads up there. If you catch some mistakes in my losses, feel free to point them out, but again, they're losses, so I don't care too much about invalidating the game or anything. Obviously, if I'd made any mistakes in my win, please let me know so that I'll give it another shot one day. All right, just a couple things there. Let's return to our regularly scheduled video format. What's up, everybody? Today we've got this Angel Justice deck, which we'll be using to take on Stryfe on heroic difficulty, continuing to try to beat every scenario in the game on heroic using a different hero. So if you've been watching my videos so far, you know that we're working through the next evolution scenarios. Stryfe is the last scenario in the box, but we did skip scenarios 2 and 3, hoping to come back around to them once some of the new Civil War cards or once Civil War is released, so that I can use some of those new cards. This is a matchup of sort of middle tier hero and villain. Angel is maybe a little bit above average in terms of power level. Stryfe is not trivial, but not one of the hardest scenarios, so hopefully we've got a good power alignment here. Angel's major sort of theme, of course, is being aerial. He's got tons of these aerial events, and we're highly incentivized to play our aerial cards in either of his hero forms. Let me just show off. I got the this is the alternate art official promo, so kind of sweet here. We got Warren on that side, Angel, and then open it up to the Archangel is really sweet. So there we go. So with the deck, really kind of the first question we have to ask ourselves is how deep do we go in on the aerial stuff? And I've not gone super deep today. I've got 2 copies of Agile Flight. This is a relatively inefficient thwart event, but by being an aerial event, it does just combo with Angel and with Archangel's abilities. Then Yaw and Roll is maybe a little bit more efficient. Just kind of split the difference here with 2 Agile Flight, 1 Yaw and Roll. But generally, hopefully his identity-specific aerial events are enough to, be triggering these hero abilities a decent amount of times. What I have leaned into a bit more this time is some scenario tech. So this is a scenario where we'll have a crisis icon in play for what could be a pretty long time. So I wanted to include Crisis Averted, which is able to remove threat from the main scheme, ignoring the crisis icon. as well as Overwatch, which is just a very powerful combo with Crisis Averted. This will remove 6 threat from the main scheme. We can pop Overwatch to remove 6 threat from a different scheme. Notably, Angel does have a Natural Flight, which removes 4 threat from a scheme, and if we are Angel, we also can ignore the Crisis icon and the Patrol keyword. So hopefully we can stay for a long time on main scheme 1, when Stryfe is not yet Stalwart, when our things do not yet cost 1 additional resource to play, and we can kind of build up while having plenty of threat removal for the main scheme, despite the Crisis icon. A relatively small number of allies this time, just kind of the reality of wanting to make room for the aerial stuff and this stuff, but lots of the classic staples here. Manifold may be the slightly newer one, but we're playing 3 player side schemes, so I think very strong for this scenario. Of course, because we are so thwarting heavy, there's a risk of sort of having too much thwarting, not enough to thwart, so one of the reasons why we added some player side schemes. Specialized training, just strong overall. I like that it's a 5 threat side scheme, so like if we Overwatch on a 6 threat, thwart, we can sort of make full value of that by removing, or almost full value of that by removing 5 threat from here. Superpower training to go get techno-organic wings pretty efficiently, and then Show of Empathy, just one of the best Justice cards in the game. A few additional resource generators as well. Weapon X is kind of satisfying with Angel, because he can heal back that 1 point of damage, say we do it turn 1. He's just relatively healthy overall, so Angel also really wants to be playing his aerial events, of course, so Weapon X really can help us to find those any turn that we start in Alter Ego. X Bunker, just very strong resource generator when we've got a few player side schemes, and classic staples, Skilled Investigator and Under Surveillance. A couple notable things here. So with the Stryfe scenario, there's a lot of returning upgrades and supports to your hand. So Skilled Investigator and Overwatch being these 0-cost upgrades, these are actually a bit more important than you might think at first, because if we need to return something to hand, they're kind of free to replay. We don't actually lose any resource value that way. So there might be situations where we just want to make sure there's an Overwatch out, or well, obviously we'll get Skilled Investigator is always kind of free to play, but we just want to get them out so that when we have to bounce something to hand, we don't lose that much value. And then Under Surveillance, this is just another sort of trick we have against the Crisis icon. Also very useful for Stage 2 as well, which is just a relatively lower threshold of 8. And then Stryfe becomes Stalwart, so we can't really confuse him. So making main scheme 2 have a threshold of 12 is actually a pretty big difference. Lets us still go to Alter Ego sometimes to use our Alter Ego supports and Angel's heal ability. So that's what we've got. Priorities for the deck are, lots of setup stuff to do. Hopefully once we've got a lot of upgrades out, by the mid to late game, we are really pumping out these aerial events to trigger our abilities as often as we can. But keep an eye on the main scheme here. Keep an eye on getting our 0-cost upgrades in place so we don't get wrecked by the bounce. And then play our aerial events to victory. Let's talk about the scenario. So I like to talk about the scenario a bit as a primer if you're less familiar, or as a kind of strategy guide if you want to get some strategy tips. So Stryfe's got a few unique things going on. Let's actually start with his main scheme. So after resolving step 1 of the villain phase, which you might notice puts 0 threat on the main scheme, each player places X threat here, where X is the number of cards of the most common type in their hand. Each player may discard 1 card from their hand before calculating the value of X. So a lot of Stryfe's mechanics are dependent on your hand, which I think is pretty interesting and unique for a scenario. So let's say we've got 3 events and 2 allies and an upgrade, then this is going to put 3 threat on the main scheme because we have 3 events. You'll notice a similar theme when Stryfe attacks. In both Stage 2 and Stage 3, he gets plus X attack, where X is that number of cards of the most common type in your hand. So it's hard to really build around this. You could really try to even out the number of events, upgrades, resources, all that kind of thing in your deck. But I think the benefit to doing that is pretty marginal, especially if it's causing you to play some suboptimal cards. It's probably not quite worth it. So I haven't really considered that in my deck building, but that is an interesting element of the scenario. we start the game with this Stryfe's Grasp side scheme in play. So this will start with 10 threat. It says Hope Summers can only attack Stryfe and can thwart only this scheme. So we do start, this is one of the Hope scenarios where we get the Hope Summers ally who copies our hero's thwart and attack. But in this scenario, she can only thwart this and she can only attack Stryfe. So she's a little less useful at helping us stabilize against encounter cards. Forced response: after Stryfe is defeated or the last threat is removed from this scheme, flip this card and reveal Living Bomb. Place any threat here on Living Bomb. So basically, if we defeat this, we just flip this. If we defeat Stryfe, we flip it and add any threat that was still here to the other side. And this is the crisis icon I mentioned in the deck breakdown, because this is going to be active for quite a long time. So we want to have ways to thwart the main scheme outside of that. But then when we flip this, it says Stryfe cannot be defeated, so we can't just completely burst down Stryfe, but not a big deal. But when revealed, advance the main scheme to stage 2A. So that will advance us from stage 1 to stage 2. So if the main scheme pops on scheme 1, we lose. So this is what actually advances us to main scheme 2. And then the game changes dramatically. So now Stryfe gains Stalwart, and each identity gets +2 hand size. Increase the resource cost to play each player card by 1. So this has a huge impact on the game. So we get 2 more cards every turn, which is obviously good, but then every card costs 1 more to play. So on average, this is negative for us. I mean, if we play 2 cards every turn, then it's kind of even because we got +2 cards in hand, but then we had to spend 2 extra to play what we wanted to play. But in general, especially by the mid to late game when we've actually flipped it, we'll be wanting to play 3 or more things every turn. So this does really tax us. So part of the strategy to this scenario is kind of building up as much as you can and waiting before advancing to main scheme 2, whether that's by flipping the side scheme or by defeating Stryfe stage 2. So, right, that's another reason why it's so important to have things that can thwart main scheme 1 through the crisis, so that we can stay in that main scheme 1 as long as possible. So once we get here, now Hope can attack Stryfe and everything else just like normal. But yeah, things get pretty challenging here if we're not sort of prepared for it. All right, Stryfe stage 3, let's just mention here. He's got that same attack buff ability, but a new forced response here. After you attack Stryfe, take X damage, where X is the number of cards of the most common type in your hand. So wherever possible, we want to just spend our hand before we start attacking Stryfe, or just keep ourselves nice and healthy so that when we go for a burst with a couple attacks, we can survive some hits from that. This isn't after you attack Stryfe, so Hope or allies attacking Stryfe will not trigger that, so that is another way we can work around that. All right, if we look at the encounter cards, we've got a mix of psionic attachments. So Stryfe stage 2 will actually give us one at the start of the game. No real unifying theme here, but they're just stuff we will potentially have to discard at some point that's going to inconvenience us. Mental Transferal is a bit notable. If Stryfe's Grasp is in play, so if we're on side 1 of this, it'll attach to Hope, and then when Stryfe takes any amount of damage, attached character takes an equal amount of damage. So this is the only way in the scenario for the scenario to guarantee damage on Hope. So we can make it only 1 damage if we could just attack for 1, but she's only got 3 hit points, so if we're not planning to heal her or anything, this does kind of represent a clock. Like if we see this 2 deck passes in a row, now it's like, okay, we gotta flip this before we see it again, because then that's going to be an automatic loss, because Hope will take a 3rd damage whenever Stryfe takes damage again. All right, in terms of treacheries, we have 3 of this very consequential card, Telekinetic Wave. When revealed, return an upgrade or support you control to your hand. Stryfe activates against you. So this is one of those bounce cards I talked about in the deck breakdown. So really ideal if we've got some 0-cost stuff we can bounce back when that comes up. But then it's just 3 extra activations to keep aware of as well. Psychic Override does some hand manipulation stuff, but then ends up putting some amount of threat on the main scheme. So that's something to watch out for. Psionic Surge is a bit of an annoying one. This can cause us to draw extra psionic encounter cards. Could be 0, but could be like 3 or 4, so annoying one there. 0, another annoying minion. Doesn't have super high scheme or attack, so not that bad to leave in play for a while, but he's guard, patrol, and toughness, so that's pretty annoying. A couple side schemes here. This is another one that returns an upgrade or support we control to our hand. And then I've just got the recommended modular sets here, Mutant Insurrection and Extreme Measures. They come with a good mix of minions, some of which are really good to take with Show of Empathy. So like Forearm here, this would be the best one. 4 attack, 6 health, not elite, so works perfectly to take control of with Show of Empathy. We'll see if we get a chance to do that this game. Samurai's not bad either, 5 health, 2 attack. Wild Side over here, 5 health, 3 attack. Strobe, 4 health, but 2 attack or 2 scheme. So these have some when revealed abilities. Thumbelina, yet again, a way to return an upgrade we control to hand. It will specifically return the highest cost upgrade, so we might have to be a bit careful around playing the Techno-Organic Wings, since that is a relatively expensive upgrade. Got to watch out for if it could bounce under surveillance to our hand. That would be a pretty unfortunate way to lose. But she's not that big or threatening of a minion once she's actually in play, so maybe that balances out a little bit how bad it is. Okay, so I basically talked about the strategy already. Try to play some low-cost upgrades and supports so that we have something to return to hand when the telekinetic waves hit, and depending on how much you're comfortable with building around the scenario, having some ways to avoid or get around the crisis icon is nice. If you're not really building around that, then you're probably just going to have to try to set up quicker and race through this so that you can get to the side where you can actually thwart the main scheme, even though things do generally get worse because of that cost imposition. So there we go. Talked about the deck, talked about the scenario. Let's get into the game. All right, starting off, we've got Hope Summers in play and Stryfe's Grasp in play. Then after we shuffle here, we will resolve Stryfe's Stage 2 unrevealed, discard from the top until we get a psionic attachment and reveal it. So Stryfe's Grasp comes in with 10 threat, crisis icon. Hope Summers can only attack Stryfe and can only thwart this scheme. The general strategy is going to be attacking Stryfe first. I guess it's kind of even. We basically want to advance the main scheme at the last possible moment, so assuming we can milk that out as long as we can, we'll even out the damage and the threat removal to not advance right away. All right, discarding until we get a psionic attachment. Kind of a lot of cards here. Holy cow, what's going on here? Holy cow. Okay, well, that was like literally half the deck. We did skip Underfire, 1 advance, Exhaustion, still Shadow of the Past in there. Got like tons of minions. Okay. So, I mean, passed some good cards, but there's not that much of a deck left to see, so. Alright, but anyways, Psionic Amnesia increases the resource cost of each ally and support you play by 2. After we play an ally or support, exhaust our identity to discard this card. That's a pretty annoying one. I guess let's just put it here. So say we have a 6-card hand. We could spend our whole turn to play a 3-cost ally and discard that. Yeah, not terrible by any means, but it's just going to make us get off to a kind of slow start. All right, opening hand. Okay, well, so I actually can't play Nick unless I mulligan into a double resource, because this is increasing the cost of my allies by 2. The techno-organic wings are interesting. I really would like to just discard this and have that be my turn. So I could try to dig for a double by discarding all of these. Adaptive plumage gives me some activation stoppages. So yeah, this is pretty tricky. I also don't love just straight up playing techno-organic wings. It's slightly better to get it with superpower training. So I actually think I don't keep that. Don't think I need yaw and roll or metamorphosis. Don't need razor dive. Yeah, I just don't think I need to keep this either. And even Nick isn't like the perfect ally. Like Dazzler, assuming I get an extra resource, would be perfect. Because if I draw 3 cards, like there's no guarantee that I use those 3 cards efficiently. But I think I will still keep Nick. I think there's a good enough upside there. All right, mulligan 5. And there's a double right off the bat. Well, speaking of Dazzler, I think I play Dazzler because Dazzler and Nick Fury give about equivalent value. By my numbers, it's exactly equivalent value. But Nick's value is contingent on using all 3 of those cards that he draws, which is not guaranteed. So I say we just pay 6. Honestly, not that inspiring of other options besides one of these forecast allies. So we'll pay 6 for Dazzler. Confuse Stryfe. After we play an ally, exhaust our identity to discard this card. And we could make a case for staying in alter ego form. But I slightly like flipping. It just lets us activate hope. Well, you know what? I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay down and save Dazzler. No rush. All right. Very diverse hand. We did end up with 2 events, but 1 of everything else. So we'll put 2 threat on the main scheme for step 1. Stryfe is confused, and then 2 encounter cards. Psychic Inertia. -1/-1. If we attack and thwart in the same phase, discard this card. Not terribly hard to do. Telepathic Camouflage. When revealed, each player places X threat here, where X is the number of cards of the most common type in their hand. Well, we just calculated that that's 2, so we will put 2 extra threat up to a total of 4. All right, this is all pretty good overall, though. So I've got a lot of setup I would like to do. That means I probably don't clear Psychic Inertia. But this could be an incredible hand. I play Weapon X, draw a card, use that card to play Superpower Training, and then I've got 3 to either do Adaptive Plumage or Mockingbird. And no problem clearing this with Hope. Or no, sorry. Well, I want Presumably I want superpower training. Oh, but that can get the wings, which can allow me to thwart and attack. Well, I think this sequence is obvious, so I will pay 1 for weapon X and just see what we get. So activate, take a damage, discard until we get an identity-specific card. So avian anatomy. And that doesn't change too much. I mean, I've got adaptive plumage in hand. Depending on what I draw, that could be relevant. But then what am I spending for superpower training? I don't know. Let's use our action to heal back that 1 damage. Flip to hero form. Okay, I think I adaptive plumage. Yeah. Pay 3. I guess if I go this route, there's no way I'm playing Mockingbird. Okay. If I somehow draw like a 1-cost card, then I do get some value. So we'll pay 1 for superpower training. Pay 3 for adaptive plumage. Because we're angel, remove 3 threat from a scheme and confuse an enemy. When superpower training is defeated, we'll go get the wings. I am recognizing a risk here. Shoot. Okay, this is a huge risk of getting something bounced to hand. I guess we can bounce the weapon X probably. I forget if any of them are specifically upgrades and not just upgrades or sports. So we spent these 3. So avian anatomy returns adaptive plumage to hand. Angel, after we play an aerial event, draw a card. Under surveillance. All right, now Angel will attack Stryfe for 0. So now we've thwarted and attacked. Just making extra sure that this is actually a thwart. Yep. So we thwarted and attacked, so we can discard this. Use the wings to ready Angel. Thwart. Nope, sorry. Thwart for 4 on telepathic camouflage. Hope will just attack Stryfe for 1. These are honestly both valid cards to keep in hand. We've seen all 3 double resources. We haven't seen Power of Flight. I probably end up flipping down next turn. So actually, I don't think adaptive plumage is that good, but I think I will keep under surveillance and end the turn. Okay, nice. Natural flight might be a good play this turn. So step 1, we've got 2 events, so 2 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe attacks. He's got 3 attack because we've got 2 cards. Dazzler's still got a use, so I'm just going to take it. 3 plus a boost of 0. And then 2 encounter cards. Extreme Measures comes in with 5 threat. After a player card enters play, its controller takes indirect damage equal to that card's printed cost. Interesting. We've got the thwarting on board to deal with that before it's a problem, though. Mental Transferal. If Stryfe's Grasp is in play, attach this to Hope, otherwise attach it to your identity. After Stryfe takes any amount of damage, attached character takes an equal amount of damage. Discard this card. Well, not bad by any means. Okay, we've got a pretty easy natural flight, I think. We get to use Power of Flight, and we get to draw, although I guess Agile Flight we could make an argument for Agile Flight. So if we go Agile Flight, we'll draw a card that gives me exactly enough to play Under Surveillance. Natural Flight lets me hit the main scheme, but we've got Stryfe confused and we're about to put Under Surveillance on, so that's not a huge loss. Okay, I think we'll just go with Agile Flight. I mean, it's one more card to remove one more threat, but it's removing it where I want, so okay. 3 for Agile Flight. Let's remove it all from Extreme Measures. Draw with Angel. Ooh, X-Bunker is interesting. I guess I could put these kind of, do a little victory display over here so you know how many are there. But I actually think that's a better play than well, let's see. It could be a better play than Under Surveillance. All right, let's have Angel attack Stryfe. So as a forced interrupt, I guess this is an after. So Stryfe does take 1, but then after Stryfe takes any amount of damage, the attached character takes an equal amount. So it's 1 damage on Hope. Use the wings to ready. Another option, just to say it out loud, is to go Manifold into Show of Empathy. Show of Empathy not being immediately relevant, but just crazy strong overall. I think it's got to be Under Surveillance, because we've got some advanced risk. All right, flip down, heal 1 with Angel's ability. No need to really use the Weapon X right now. I mean, there's no chance I play what I get, so let's... Oh, am I still ready? Okay, I guess I'll recover. Yeah. Okay, and end the turn. All right, we got 3 events in this hand, so that's going to be 3 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe is confused. 2 encounter cards. Another Psychic Inertia. And Mind Trap. Your allies, upgrades, and supports enter play exhausted. We can exhaust 3 cards you control to discard this card. Do I control Under Surveillance? I don't remember if I control Under Surveillance in Overwatch. Sorry, that's a pretty relevant thing. I'm gonna pause the video to check that, and I'll do my usual shuffles when I get back, just so you know I'm not doing any shenanigans. Be right back. All right, I figured it out. We are able to exhaust cards attached to the main scheme. I was overthinking it a little bit, but basically, when we play cards, we put them under our control. There is a special rule. I think this is why I was overthinking it. So if you put a card in someone else's play area, like attached to their ally, then they actually control that card. And there was another line in the rules reference about like encounter cards are not in anyone's play area. So I don't know. I was just overthinking some combination of things, but it's very good for us. Means I can exhaust under surveillance and probably this Overwatch I'm about to play, along with one other card to discard the Mind Trap. And that'll probably be Dazzler, because there's not really a rush to use her this turn. So my usual shuffle there, just so you know I'm not stacking the deck or anything when I leave. Let's put the Overwatch on. Let's exhaust both of those and Dazzler to discard the Mind Trap as an alter ego action. Now, I've got the Worthington Industries here, so I'm probably going to play that. I want to check my aerial/identity card situation to see what I might get from this Weapon X. So both Metamorphoses. There's one aerial agility left. One avian anatomy left. No razor dives, no adaptive plumage. One natural flight. Psylocke is still in there. So, is there anything I would like care enough to actually play this turn? I would maybe play Psylocke if I got her. So maybe I don't shuffle in anything yet. Worthington can shuffle in any aerial card. So it could shuffle in like Agile Flight, or Yaw and Roll. Don't think that's a big deal. I'd probably get like Razor Dive maybe. But so I think I'm gonna do this Weapon X first. Taking a damage. Okay, there's Avian Anatomy. I'll heal the damage with Warren's ability. All right, don't think I'm Razor Diving this turn. Let's pay 1 for Worthington Industries. Activate. Let's get an adaptive plumage, I guess. I don't know. I like that it can stop activations. Yeah, sure, why not? See what we draw. Oh, there it is. I guess that just means I don't play it this turn, though. Flip to Angel. Maybe a case to be made to go Archangel. I'm just going to play... No, not really. Angel's the only form I'm really going to make use of the wings. So let's just get out Show of Empathy so that that's ready for a minion friend. Then we will pay 3 for Crisis Averted on the main scheme. I guess so. Forgot to even check that we had a mental to use, but we do. So since we are using a mental resource, this ignores the thwart icon. So we can get the full 6 on the main scheme. And then it will trigger Overwatch. Being exhausted doesn't stop us from triggering this at all, so we'll trigger that, remove 6 threat as well from Stryfe's grasp. Angel will attack for 0, but now we can discard Psychic Inertia. Use the wings to ready. And we've still got some margin on here, so no rush to advance here. Let's attack for 1 and attack for 2. And end the turn. Okay, so I did draw Aerial Agility. So it effectively costs just 1 ER because we're going to replace it with Angel. Okay, well, first we've got step 1. We've got 2 events in hand as the most, so 2 threat on the main scheme up to 3. And if I just think about what I'm going to do this turn, say I spend 1 for agility, get a card back. I could play Overwatch and Psylocke. I won't have a confusion on Stryfe. I think it's a bit risky to try to play the agility. Well, actually, I don't know. I'm going to play it. I mean, it's going to obviously feel dumb if nothing actually happens, but I've also got readies for days. I don't know. Let's play it. Well, Aerial Agility. Interrupt when an enemy attacks, so we're going to ignore each boost icon and each boost ability for this attack. Actually, does this affect his buff, actually? I didn't even think about that. While Stryfe is attacking you, so that sounds like that's constantly being checked. So, yeah, I think that does factor in. So I pay this resource for Aerial Agility. So when am I considered to be after you play an aerial event? I think that's like right away. So, well, I'll probably go back up to 2. So, okay, didn't really make a difference because now we've got 2 upgrades, so he's still attacking for 3, but we will ignore this boost. We will ignore that single boost icon. Woohoo. And take 3. Okay, and then 2 encounter cards. Looking for a minion to take advantage of this show of empathy. Shadow of the Past. This is kind of funny actually. So Harpoon is not an elite minion, but he's also not very big. So we still might wait till we get someone a little better. We're shuffling in a couple spear shots that make us discard cards from the top until we discard an event and then take that much indirect damage. And 2 threat on this side scheme. So, okay, so the way Shadow of the Past goes, reveal your side scheme, set aside Nemesis side scheme and put it into play. Or sorry, first one, reveal your set aside Nemesis minion and put it into play. Okay, that's a sentence. Harpoon has a when revealed. So we do this sentence before we shuffle in everything else. Discard cards from the top of your deck until you discard an event. A bit of bad luck there. last card in our deck was an event. Take indirect damage equal to that event's printed cost. So 2 indirect damage. We go through the deck, which gives us another encounter card. Now we reveal this. Now we shuffle in the rest of the set-aside Nemesis set. So Harpoon has 1 scheme and 1 attack. Gets +1 attack while attacking an aerial character. So really just not a strong minion to take control of. And honestly not much of a threat in alter ego form. Oh, sorry, and then hook, line, of sinker. After a friendly character takes any amount of indirect damage, exhaust that character. So Angel's exhausted. Shuffle these in. And as we shuffle, let's see what we get up next. Mind Alteration. After we play an event or upgrade, take 1 damage. After you recover, spend a mental to discard it. I was thinking, we've gotten a lot of these psionic attachments here, but that kind of makes sense since we went through so much of the deck at the start of the game without seeing any. Harpoon's Nemesis set is pretty cool, actually. Probably some other good scenarios to use that in, like maybe Sandman would be cool. All right, our first telekinetic wave. Unfortunately, gets me pretty good because I don't have an Overwatch or a Skilled Investigator out there. So return an upgrade or support you control to your hand, and then Stryfe activates against you. I'm actually not going to have any aerial cards to shuffle in this turn. So maybe I take back Worthington. I might get one if after I Weapon X. It probably doesn't matter, but I'll pick up Worthington. And then Stryfe activates. We still got 2 upgrades, giving him 3 base attack. Dazzler's still got some hit points left. This can't kill me, so I think I just take it. Or 3. Stryfe is not a brute, so it doesn't trigger hook, line, and sinker, make it indirect. All right, 3 plus a boost of take 2 indirect damage. So I'll just take the indirect on myself since I'm already exhausted, and then the attack hits me for 3. All right, well, a painful turn, as will tend to happen with Shadow of the Past and running through our deck. Let's ready. So obviously want to recover this turn. What else do we want to do? I obviously can Show of Empathy Harpoon. I'm not sure I can kill it otherwise. We've still got Under Surveillance on the main scheme, so I should be pretty safe if we flip down. There's 1 telekinetic wave, 1 advance, 2 telekinetic waves, 3 telekinetic waves. So there's really just the 1 advance left. Say we go up to 5, 6, 7 plus a boost. Advance is 8 plus 2 boosts. Doesn't even necessarily pop it. So I think I do just need to go to alter ego form. So one thing I might want to do is Overwatch the main scheme. No, that's too much. I was thinking Overwatch the main scheme and then Crisis Averted main scheme plus Show of Empathy, but I can't remove, I can only remove 3 from the main scheme, so I could only remove 3 from Show of Empathy. Okay. Well, let's do this. Let's play Skilled Investigator. Just look at my damage one more time. Even if I attack with everything, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, that doesn't even kill Harpoon. So let's have Hope, Thwart, Hook, Line, and Sinker for 2. Skilled Investigator to draw. Oh, now that is interesting. That is very interesting. So that's actually a decent... well, it would still remove all threat from the main scheme, but costs 1 less than Crisis Averted. But even then, I would only remove 3 threat off of here, which wouldn't be enough to take Harpoon. Okay, so I am going to, I think I just Crisis Averted Show of Empathy to steal Harpoon. Keep a mental to do Mind Alteration. I didn't play any events or upgrades yet. I could always discard this at the start of next turn. All right, so pay 3 for Crisis Averted. Oh no, Crisis Averted only hits the main scheme. I don't know how I only read that just now. You were probably screaming at me, no, you can't do that, you can't do that. Well, I can still basically do the same thing with Natural Flight and with having Dazzler Thwart. That way I get to draw a card too, so why didn't I just do that to begin with? And I actually can't play an upgrade plus an event, because then I'll just die to Mind Alteration. So... yes, pay 2 to Natural Flight, Show of Empathy. I take 1 from Mind Alteration, 4 threat onto Harpoon. Draw from Angel. I think I also just, well, I kind of forgot that I could draw off that too, so that should have always been the consideration. Okay, Dazzler thwarts for 2 on Show of Empathy. So then we take control of Harpoon, since we've put 6 threat on him. And yeah, this goes to the victory display. And we've got Harpoon, we've got Redemption. Flip down, use my ability to heal for 1. I probably just play safe. Well, I don't really need to play Overwatch at all. Let's activate Weapon X. Let's see what we get. Let's take a damage. Metamorphosis. I was hoping if we got a mental there, that could have been interesting. I think I still just want to play Worthington Industries. Let's pay 1 for Worthington Industries. This is a support, so it doesn't trigger Mind Alteration. Let's activate, get an aerial card back. I think the Natural Flight is just solid. It's more efficient than Agile Flight. Metamorphosis just isn't that good overall. So that's my only mental resource, but I'm not so desperate for getting that removed before I play Overwatch. I might not even play Overwatch. All right, drawing off of Worthington. Still not a mental. So I recover for 3. And interestingly, I mean, Metamorphosis. Oh, I could have thought about that a bit more. Metamorphosis is just an action. I was assuming it was a hero action for a second. So I could even use it, but it doesn't really do me much. I want to be able to remove this at the start of next turn as well. So, okay, I think I will put Overwatch on Stryfe's Grasp. I do have to take a damage, but if we get it like a scheme here or something, it will have been worth it. And I'll just keep both of these in hand and end the turn. Oh, there's that Spear Shot can deal me indirect damage. Okay, I'm gonna say it's not too, I haven't gotten any new information at all. I'm not gonna play Overwatch. This way I don't die to discarding a 3-cost card from the top of my deck. I could keep Overwatch in hand, I guess. Oh, also I didn't even use Harpoon. Harpoon's got so many hit points, let's just start using them. Let's attack for 1. Okay, but then I think I will discard Overwatch, end of turn. Keeping the other ones. Oof, 4 events. I might have to discard 1. So this would go up to 7. 8 plus a boost. Advance is 9 plus 2 boosts. Wait, is that right? 7, 8, 9 plus 2 boosts. Isn't guaranteed to end the game. Actually, Harpoon is a pretty good indirect damage soak. Oh, I could have taken a damage, because indirect damage I can put on anyone. Anyways. All right. So do I spend a card to not put 1 threat on the main scheme? I think I do. Things are just looking pretty good overall. That if it slightly reduces my chance to lose, I want to do it. So now it's only going to get 3 because I've got 3 events. Stryfe schemes for 1 plus a boost of 0. The classic, draw advance as the boost, so now you know that you can't even draw that advance. Excellent, excellent. 2 encounter cards. Thumbelina. When revealed, return the highest cost upgrade you control to its owner's hand. That will put the wings back in our hand. Reduce the amount of damage she takes from each attack by 1. That's actually pretty annoying. Got a lot of 1 power attackers here. There's the Spear Shot. Discard until we discard an event. Take indirect damage equal to its printed cost. Oh, did I forget to do that before? No, that was... Okay, no. That was Harpoon's ability before. But this has Surge if that card has the aerial trait. So this is Surge. So take indirect damage equal to that printed cost. So I'm going to have Harpoon take 1 damage. But then because that event has the aerial trait, this gains Surge. into our obligation. When revealed, if you are in Archangel form, place 2 threat on the main scheme. Otherwise, change to Archangel form. All right, well, I'm glad I kept that Metamorphosis now, because this will let me get into Alter Ego so that I can get rid of this stuff. But I don't think I'm very safe starting the turn in Alter Ego. Although I do have Natural Flight, so okay, we got a lot of options. It would be very appealing to play Adaptive Plumage, which would kill Thumbelina with Archangel's ability. Okay, there's really a lot of options here. A lot of options, all good options. Well, also we just straight up attack for 2 and 2. We would need one more attack to still kill Thumbelina. I don't ignore Crisis currently because I'm not actually Angel. Thumbelina is also extremely weak, so I don't even know if I need to kill Thumbelina. At least I'm not in a rush to. So I would like this turn to play Metamorphosis. I can really just do so much. Trying to see if I can get the wings out still somehow. It's all just a little bit awkward. Because I can draw cards, but only in Alter Ego form. So if I want to take advantage of being Archangel, I've got to do what? I've got to like play this right now. I don't have any way, I can't play the wings and play this using the wings because I need one other resource, which then also this is my only mental, so actually I should probably need to keep this for a mind alteration, in which case I'm really not using any. It really doesn't matter that I'm Archangel. So let's do this then. Let's just start with is there any chance I want Hope to activate for 2 right now? I think so, actually. Let's have Hope attack Stryfe for 2. Then we'll flip to Alter Ego. Use our action to heal 1. Maybe I do shuffle in a Metamorphosis. I mean, it is a nice flexible card. Sure. Use Worthington to shuffle in a Metamorphosis. Draw. Oh, look at that. And I got the other one in hand, so it's that definitely the one I shuffled in. Didn't really need it right away this turn, but if I do Metamorphosis into Archangel somehow, I mean that would actually kill Thumbelina. Let's go Weapon X. Take one. Avian Anatomy. Holy cow. We might be doing a whole lot of stuff. Let's do Apocalyptic Influence. Deal the first player an encounter card to discard this. Recover for 3. Spend a mental to discard Mind Alteration. So now let's map out the turn, because there's a small chance that I Metamorphosis to Archangel, then Metamorphosis to Angel. But I would like to, okay, Metamorphosis to Angel. Get a card back. Sorry, this is super, so this is unbelievably complex turn with the different orderings and stuff. Pretty sure I've done everything right so far, but now is when there's really a tsunami of possibilities. I've got to get the wings, so I mean we're going to end up in hero form. We're going to be safe on the main scheme, because that's 7. The threshold is 13. We're out of advances. There's no way. I mean, we're not going to have 6 of the same card in our hand. So like the fact that I've got kind of a free turn means I want to spend it developing. We don't need to rush to the next stage yet. But I could still maybe how does this work? I pay these 2 for Metamorphosis to Archangel, getting Metamorphosis back. It's so awkward. Because I want to play these 3 for the wings so that I can use the discount of 2 to play this. Oh, wait. No, that does work. I just don't get to double the power of flight. All right, I think that's as good as it's going to get for the amount I'm willing to think about it anymore. So let's pay these 2 for this Metamorphosis, changing to Archangel. Okay, change form. Then if you are Angel, deal 3 damage to an enemy. Thumbelina's thing only reduces the amount from each attack. This is not an attack. After we play an aerial event, deal damage to an enemy equal to that event's printed cost. So we'll deal 2 damage to Stryfe. Because we spent Avian Anatomy, Metamorphosis comes back to hand. I mean, okay. The Metamorphosis flipping me back doesn't actually do that much. Well, okay, let's just think about it one more second here. I could pay 3 for the wings, and then play Natural Flight on Stryfe's Grasp, flipping it, which would advance us right now. Got basically no main scheme protection, except for the fact that advances are gone. He gets Stalwart, get an extra one because of Archangel. Because it's good to advance at the end of a turn because we don't suffer the cost penalty yet. I think I'm going to do it. Because I'm not using the draw from Angel at all, unless I draw like an Overwatch. Okay, I will, like I said then, pay 3 for these wings. Reduce the next aerial event I play by 2. Natural Flight, Stryfe's Grasp, removing 4 threat from a scheme. When this is, so after the last threat is removed, we flip it and reveal Living Bomb, which comes in with 3. When revealed, advance the main scheme to stage 2A. So we lose under surveillance. 2A has no inherent ability, but now we get all the nonsense of Left to Your Fate. Oh, I did momentarily forget there that this doesn't, now this has a normal uptick of 1, doesn't do the whole hand thing. That's even more reason to do it then. All right, and then I think let's have Harpoon thwart for 1 on Living Bomb. So once that's clear, we don't have to worry about the crisis stuff anymore. And that's it, end the turn. So 2 threat on the main scheme because of Archangel's acceleration. Oh, sorry, but we have +2 hand size. Yep, because of the thing. Oh, and there's an aerial agility. So now Stryfe is attacking. I've got a pretty free block from Dazzler. Aerial agility basically just neutralizes the attack. We retaliate for 1, we'll deal 1 extra damage because of Archangel's ability. It's not like crazy good. Maybe I'll just save it. Let's just block with Dazzler for this one at least. And for what it's worth, I have 5 events in hand. So we'll block the attack with Dazzler. No boost ability. Dazzler dies. Okay, 2 encounter cards for a total of 3 because of the one we got from the obligation. Samurai. After he attacks, he gets a charge counter, and then we do stuff based on the charge counters. Harpoon's Harpoon. Attached to Harpoon, if he's not in play, search. Okay, Search the encounter deck and discard pile for him, reveal him, and attach this card to him. If you cannot, this card gains Surge. So I would say that we cannot. Nothing here says that... nothing here says that he would be taken from us when we have control of him. But it just surges anyways. Master Plan. Okay, that's actually pretty good for us, actually. That'll put 4 threat on Living Bomb. We went through the deck, so there's an acceleration on the main scheme. Master Plan does not make it in the reshuffle. And then Mutant Insurrection. When revealed, place 2 additional threat here for each Mutant Liberation Front character in play. If no additional threat is placed this way, this card gains Surge. Well, we've got Stryfe and Samurai, so this will get 7 total threat. The ongoing effect is each minion gains toughness. So I don't even think that's that bad. All right, and I'm going to do my absolute best to remember that everything costs 1 more. Because, I mean, I'm just going to forget that all over the place. I'm kind of worried about that. Seven threat. Okay. Well, I definitely want to make use of this cost reduction. I mean, Razor Dive takes out Samurai pretty conveniently. Is this a... I'm guessing this is a go to Angel, but not to Alter Ego turn. Feels bad to not use these, but we've got no main scheme protection anymore. All of our advances are back. Can't confuse Stryfe anymore. I don't, so I could play Nick then because I will be staying in hero form, so Nick would be a good blocker. So I think I like that as a start. One, two, three, four. It's not like, I mean, I can easily kill Samurai, even if I don't Razor Dive him. And I think I do value the thwarting, so I'm going to spend the other Razor Dive. So spend 5 for Nick Fury and draw 3 cards. It's overall, oh, terrible. It's overall nice to play, actually it's not that bad. It's overall nice to play expensive cards now that everything costs 1 more, because we just experience that cost fewer times. So now we go Avian Anatomy. Well, okay, Action, Techno-Organic Wings. But we still have to pay 1 for Natural Flight. So this is going to remove 4 threat from a scheme. I think I can pick one of these to defeat, but possibly not both. But no, I'm going to get that back, play it again. I think I can clear both of these, no problem. So we'll just say I remove 4 from here. Avian Anatomy bounces it back. We'll deal 2 damage to Samurai. Nick and Harpoon will finish thwarting mutant insurrection. For 3. Oh, no, sorry. Well, okay. Well, this is assault, but they also have 2 thwart and, or 2 attack and 1 attack, so doesn't matter. Skilled to draw. That doesn't do anything. So now let's, Okay, maybe if I want to kill this guy, I have to attack with both of these right now. So maybe I actually natural flight the main scheme, even though it's slightly inefficient, but I could lose to an advance into a triple boost. And I think I'm generally feeling good enough that I don't want to risk that. But I would like to kill Samurai, so let's attack Samurai for 4. Let's flip to Angel. Really isn't a rush to clear that, but it would just be more efficient. Yeah, this is, man. All right. Pay 3 for natural flight, ignoring the crisis icon on the main scheme. Maybe it makes me think I shouldn't have cleared, maybe I should have just cleared this instead of Mutant Front Liberation. Might have ended up being more efficient overall. I do draw a card, so if this is a 0-cost card, I could play it, but I cannot. I do like the yaw and roll for next turn, though. And maybe it's too late in the game for specialized training, but I'll keep it 2, why not? Let's end the turn. No, I think it's too late. Let's mulligan specialized training. Yeah. All right. Draw through the deck. Oh, well, if I really want it, I can get it back with Manifold. Get an encounter card. Five, 6, 7. We have 4 events. So 2 on the main scheme. Stryfe attacks. Nick blocks. Nick dies. 2 more encounter cards for a total of 3. 0 comes in tough when defeated. If the player who defeated 0 does not have at least 3 cards of the same type in their hand, shuffle him back in. That, okay. We'd actually probably prefer to have him shuffle back in. Dragonness has a force to interrupt when she activates against us. And Thumbelina is back, who's going to bounce the wings back, which is annoying. All right, I unfortunately hit low battery on my phone, so I'm going to need to make another cut, shuffle these decks when I get back. All right, extension cord has been applied. So it's actually not looking great for killing all these minions. Probably have to go to Archangel. And I'm also probably not thwarting the main scheme at all, which is risky. Well, Dragoness is the only one I really need to kill. The others only activate for 1. So at least Thumbelina's out now, so if I play Techno-Organic Wings, hopefully they're in play the rest of the game. So I could kill Dragoness just with Harpoon and then Archangel attacking once. I'm not sure I'm playing 2 aerial events such that I could play 1 in Angel and 1 in Archangel. Got a couple draws, potentially a draw off Angel and a draw off Skilled Investigator if I clear Living Bomb. Okay, let's say we do 4 for wings. Thwart for 2. Yaw and roll. Hope finishes. No. Then what am I saving Natural Flight for? Okay, wings. Thwart. Flip. One, two, three, Natural Flight, finish, draw, yaw and roll. Might be a more efficient way to do it in there, but I think that's pretty good overall. So, pay 4 for Techno-Organic Wings. Hope, thwarts, Living Bomb. She can do anything now. This doesn't have that same text that says she can only attack, Stryfe, or thwart this. So Hope thwarts this for 2. Flip to Archangel. Use wings to reduce cost by 2. Pay 1 more for Natural Flight on Living Bomb. I guess this does actually go to the victory display, so if we ever play X Bunker, now we've got 3. Skilled Investigator to draw. Still in the response window from thwarting, we will yaw and roll the main scheme. I'm like 90% sure that's right. This is after a side scheme is defeated, after we've thwarted. I think that's kind of in the same window. If anything, the when defeated has to be before or after we thwart. So I think this is still fine. We'll yaw and roll. Oh, after I did this as well, 2 damage to Dragoness. Then the yaw and roll to clear off the main scheme. Harpoon attacks Dragoness for 1 to finish her off. And then we might as well attack. Oh crap, I can't thwart the main scheme because of 0 as patrol. Darn it. How much does that change what I would have done? Okay, that really changes a lot. Sorry, this is already a super long game. I need to backtrack it. So this was in play with 4 threat. I spent the wings plus Manifold to play Natural Flight. I drew this from the top, so I won't make any plans that involve playing that because I wouldn't have known that I was going to draw that. Paid these 4 for the wings. I feel like I still have 1 too many cards. I should have had a hand size of 7. I didn't draw off of Angel at all. What the heck happened? Which one of these was not in my starting hand? I didn't play an aerial card as Angel. Oh, because wings got bounced to hand, so I had an 8-card hand. Yep. Okay. Well, I still play this no matter what, I think. All right, so take back Harpoon attacking Thumbelina. I take back the 2 damage from that. Really sorry about this. I mean, I did get the information of 1 new card, but I won't make any plans to play it. And for now, let's say we're still Angel, and I haven't flipped it all yet. And while we're at it, let's just take back Hope. Let's just go all the way, why not? So if I want, so Natural Flight does ignore Patrol, but that's going to be inefficient. So let's do this. Hope thwarts for 2. then I'm leaving Dragoness alive. I think that's okay. I think I live with that. No, this doesn't work all kinds of different ways. Ah, it's so complicated. Okay, I think actually, maybe I just use this as a ready. Okay. Hope is not going to thwart that. I don't think it actually matters. No, yeah. So Angel's going to thwart that. No, I still don't think I get what I want. Okay. Yeah, sure. I lose to advance into triple boost. Then I'm going to ready. Then I'm going to flip to Archangel. Pay 3 for Natural Flight on Living Bomb. Draw off Skilled Investigator. I've definitely not been, okay. I've also been assuming Worthington Industries is only an alter ego action, but it's just an action. I just don't get to draw. So I should have still been shuffling in aerial cards. Sorry about that. After doing Natural Flight, I'll deal 2 damage to somebody. I think nothing's going to be perfectly efficient here. I can actually kill both of these, though. So let's do 2 to Dragoness. No, sorry, 2 to Thumbelina. Attack Thumbelina for 2, which only does 1, but that takes her out. Harpoon and Hope kill Dragoness. Let's do a reshuffle if I want to, actually. Actually, I don't think I want to. Really need to find Razor Dive. Actually, Natural Flight is good because of the patrol here, just in case I can't kill that. So let's reshuffle the Natural Flight. And discard the Plumage end of turn. Oh, I lose on advance into double boost as well. Well, all that thinking and still not even a great outcome, so sorry. It's very hard to manage. Angel's complicated enough if I didn't have everything costing 1 more resource than normal. There's a Razor Dive, which I like. Razor Dive is very solid. 3 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe attacks, I've got 3 allies actually. But no, I am not just blocking with Harpoon. No boost ability. Yeah, it doesn't get removed from the game or anything. 0 attacks for 1, I take it. At least there's only 2 encounter cards this turn. Strobe, another patrol. When revealed, either stun each character you control or deal 1 damage to each character you control. I think I gotta do 1 damage. So, because Hope's got 1 hit point left, which is fine. We'll take 1, it's obviously not that bad. And then gang up, obviously, so we'll defend for 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, a boost of 0, so we'll take 1. Then take 3 more, so we actually got insanely lucky that there were no boost icons there. That's right, I was at 5. 1, 2 events, 1 upgrade, 3 allies, 1 resource. So it's attacking for 4. Boost of 0, defend for 3, took 1, 2, 3, 4, down to 1. It's one of those things that makes me nervous. If I just like missed 1 damage somewhere else, then I should be dead. But I'm gonna keep playing for now. Okay. So we'll go wings, plus a double for Razor Dive on 0. I do not, or I still have 3 allies. So 2 overkills. If we did not have at least 3 cards, we would shuffle. If the player who defeated 0 does not have at least 3 cards of the same type in their hand, shuffle 0. So we discard 0. Archangel's ability, pop Strobe for 3. I am at 1, but basically no way we beat in advance, so I think I just have to stay in hero form. Professor X is a pretty good play though. Hope will attack and finish off Strobe. Pay 4 for Professor X. Readying Hope. Flip to Angel. Thwart for 3, thwart for 2. Okay. As soon as I draw under surveillance, we are good, but obviously die to any sort of extra attack here. Two on the main scheme. Stryfe attacks, Professor X blocks, no boost ability. Exhaustion, Psychic Override. Choose a card type. All right, discard everything from our hand that's not the chosen type. Replenish with a draw. Oh, we should be at 7 cards as well. All right, so not too worried about the threat going on the main scheme. I want it to be like, well, I'm not going to pick event because I mean that's just going to be too much. But I might just pick like player side scheme. Or upgrade, maybe. If I do player side scheme, that's only going to put 1 threat on. It's going to give me a maximum draw. Upgrade also lets me draw 6 cards. Resource. Saying resource probably leaves me with the best possible hand. But we could also end up with a resource heavy hand. I'm going to say resource. So draw 5 more. And we got 4 resources, so that'll be 4 threat on the main scheme. Well, that was a little more than I would have wanted, as opposed to me saying upgrade or player side scheme. And extreme measures. Okay, still not dead. 5 threat. After a player card enters play, its controller takes damage equal to its printed cost. Okay. So I think this has got to be, one way or another, this has got to be the turn that gets us to alter ego. Probably using this to ready. I maybe can't use an activation to recover yet, but yeah, I don't think I'm going to Archangel. All right, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. On the one hand, I'm probably not razor diving. But yeah, on the other hand, what am I doing? I don't know. There's a small chance I draw some other aerial card that I will have wanted to play Avian Anatomy for. I think we'll just spend this. Let's spend these 4 for Agile Flight. Popping 5 off extreme measures. Comes back to hand because of Avian Anatomy. Draw from Angel, draw from Skilled Investigator. Oh, especially with Natural Flight. Ready with the wings. Hope thwarts for 2. Yep, then pay these 4 for Natural Flight on the main scheme. Counted Avian Anatomy, so that'll bounce back. Flip to Alter Ego. Let's Worthington. Probably got to be a thwart card, I would think. Let's do Natural Flight. Or maybe a razor dive, because damage just seems to be more lacking. Let's do razor dive. I can keep this Natural Flight in hand, actually. So let's get the Razor Dive. And draw. Then pay 3 for Under Surveillance. Action plus Recover for a total of 5. Keep Natural Flight in hand and end the turn. Go through the deck. Whole lot of aerial cards in hand. Double Resource would have gone a long way there. 2 threats. Stryfe Schemes for 1, +1, plus if you have at least 3 cards in your hand that share a type, which we do, place 3 threat on the main scheme. So that's going to be 5 threat on the main scheme. Kind of forgot that existed for a second. Advance, are still a little bit safe from an advance. 3 encounter cards. Wild Side, when revealed, either he attacks or return the highest cost support you control to its owner's hand. Well, I'm still pretty low life, and supports aren't that bad to replace. So I'll bounce a Weapon X to hand. Yeah, I don't mind too much. Assault Surges, Telekinetic Wave will return an upgrade or support you control to hand. Stryfe Schemes for 1, +3 is 4. Brings us up to 11 out of a threshold of 12. Psionic Surge. Discard the top X cards of the encounter deck, where X is the number of cards and the most common type in your hand. So we have events 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Both advances gone. So Psionic Override, this is the one where we discard a whole bunch of stuff. So basically I have to say play your side scheme. I think that's my best chance not to die. Then we'll draw 8 cards. And got it on the last one. All right. Well, really interesting game. Yeah, didn't have the juice to pull it out at the end there. A couple bounces of the wings really hurt. And then, man, I mean, +1 to every card we try to play just really hurts. So, yeah, I'm not sure what I could have done differently off the top of my head, except for just maybe not playing the wings to not get hit so hard by Thumbelina. If I didn't have to, man, it just gets really hard when he flips, because then he's stalwart as well. So I don't know, maybe we're a little thwarting heavy, maybe we could have some more damage, but I don't know, maybe in general we just need to get more upgrades on supports, stall on the first side longer, and then just like completely blitz it down once we go through, something like that. All right, let's get into game 2 here. So I am going to do an experiment here. I put a poll out a while back asking if people like it better if I put all of my attempts against a scenario in one video, as opposed to breaking them out into individual videos. By a slight majority, people recommended I put them in the same video. Usually if I have multiple short attempts, I have no problem putting it in the same video. But if I have an attempt that goes like an hour or longer, I'll make it its own. Or if I have multiple attempts that go an hour or longer, I won't put them in the same video. So that first game was already pretty long. And then this, I mean, my strategy is to kind of make it take even longer because I want to linger longer on main scheme 1. But yeah, the total video length might be like over 3 hours or something, and part of me assumes people just won't click on it. Not that I'm like primarily motivated by view numbers. I want my I don't know. It makes things easier for me in a couple ways on the actual uploading side if I put it all in one video. So where am I going with that? I don't know. Anyways, I'm not breaking it all down again because as of right now, as I'm about to play this game, I'm not 100% sure I'm going to put it in the same video. If I did make it in a second video, then go check out that first video to see my deck breakdown and scenario breakdown. We'll start by discarding until we get a psionic attachment. Psionic Amnesia. This is the same one I got the first time, but I didn't have to discard half the deck to get it this time. Oh shoot, I did make a couple changes to the deck as well since game 1. It's substantially the same. I cut, let's just draw my hand here. I cut 1 Crisis Averted, because 3 was a little bit overkill, especially with the 2 natural flight. I think that's enough ways to thwart past the crisis. And then I cut 1 Agile Flight as well, which is just a little bit inefficient. I added Spider-Man Miles ally, just to help with minion management. And then I also added X-Gene, which was maybe just an oversight to not have at the beginning, but a very powerful resource generator. Especially once we flip to main scheme 2 and everything costs 1 more, like that really is going to go a long way, I think. But anyways, we've got a hand here. So we've got Nick, who's a pretty easy keep. These are pretty easy mulligans. The avian anemones are good, but only if I really have a aerial event I really want to play. Maybe I'll keep 1. I don't know. After playing Nick, there's a decent chance I'll end up with 1 in hand. Oh, I gotta remember this here, though. Every ally and support costs 2 more to play. So I can't even play Nick unless I draw a double resource. Oh, this is actually the exact same as last game, because I ended up drawing Dazzler with a double resource, so it worked out perfectly. But in that case, I'll definitely mulligan all of these to try to find a double, or at least to find like a cheaper support that I can play. Or like a 3-cost ally perhaps would also work. All right. Well, we got an ally that costs 3, but we also got a double. So there's a few options here. I could overpay by 2 for Worthington Industries and then still play a 3-cost card. I kind of like that. Nick is always a bit of a roll of dice when we draw the 3 cards. We're not guaranteed to be able to spend all 3 of those cards. And then if I want to learn my lesson from last time, I won't play the wings out as aggressively because we might get smoked by Thumbelina. Mockingbird's very good here though. So let's pay 3 for Worthington Industries. After we play an ally or support, exhaust our identity to discard this card. Then we will shuffle an aerial card. I do think I want to get the natural flight back. Just kind of the perfect card here where I can still thwart the main scheme. And it's an aerial event unlike Crisis Averted, which is very valuable for its ability to thwart the main scheme through Crisis, but it's not aerial. So it just ends up being a bit worse overall. All right, draw off of the Industries. Nothing changes there. Let's pay 3 for Mockingbird. Stunning Stryfe. Possible argument to be made for staying in Alter Ego form. We risk losing like to an advance or something though, so probably should wait until we've got some confusion or under surveillance. So let's flip. Let's have Hope thwart for 2. And let's save Mockingbird. And end the turn. We got Aerial Agility here. Once things seemed like they were going well, I fired off an Aerial Agility in Angel form that really was unnecessary. So I don't think I'm going to do it here. Well, simply Stryfe is stunned, so it doesn't really matter. But I did end up with 4 events, which is kind of unlucky. So we'll put 4 on the main scheme in step 1. Stryfe will be stunned, and then we'll get 2 encounter cards. Advance, so there's a scheme, so we might have just lost off the bat. 1, 2. If you have at least 3 cards that share a type, place 3 threat on the main scheme, and that's going to be game 2. Let's try again. Well, obviously just a total freak occurrence there. I mean, didn't even fully occur to me that we could lose from a single advance in hero form. I mean, that's just wild. I'll have to look back, pop open the calculator, see what the actual odds of that happening were. Extremely low, I would think. But when you add up the odds of every extremely unlikely thing happening, you actually get to some pretty likely numbers. Discarding to a Psionic. Alright, Psychic Inertia. This is probably actually the best one. And we went past Underfire and 1 Telekinetic Wave and 1 Assault, which are all notable. So this is the one where we need to attack and thwart. And in general, just not even a huge priority to discard. I guess that's not quite true. We want to be able to thwart side schemes and defeat minions. So the other downside of putting everything in one video, well, I mean, this is the fundamental downside, is that you basically know that I lost every game except the last one, and then you know that I won the last one. So there's really no suspense at all. So please let me know as you're watching this if this is a significant drawback or significant negative viewing experience compared to it all being in separate videos. All right. Well, so here's the situation. Show of Empathy is just so good. Psylocke would actually let me attack and thwart. That's kind of interesting. Definitely discard Aerial Agility. I think definitely discard Specialized Training. Show of Empathy is so good. Overwatch is one of those 0-cost cards that doesn't hurt to have to pull back. But let's just math it out here. If we go 1 for Worthington, draw a card, that'll be 3 for Psylocke, and then we can play Show of Empathy. So maybe it doesn't really matter. So maybe if I hit a double resource on the mulligan, But I'm just going to mulligan these two. All right, nothing changes there. So we will actually flip to, or no, sorry, first we'll play Worthington Industries. Let's exhaust, let's shuffle in, well, sorry, let me, instead of Razor Dive, let's play Yaw and Roll, or pay Yaw and Roll for Worthington Industries. Then we'll shuffle in Yaw and Roll. I think I want to keep a little bit of that like burst thwarting in the deck. I think I care about that a bit more than the Razor Dive, so that if I do want to burst down Show of Empathy at a useful moment, I can. I'll be vulnerable to Stryfe's attacks here, but Warren comes with pretty good health to start, so should be able to survive it. Draw a card here. Pay 3 for Psylocke. And we'll play Show of Empathy. We will go to Archangel. Oh shoot, can I thwart with 0 attack? Or can I thwart with 0 thwart? I think I can. I think that's different from having like a dash. I don't think there's any rule against that. So let's attack for 1. Psylocke attacks for 1. After Psylocke attacks, since we are Archangel, we ready our hero. We'll thwart for 0 on here. Then I can discard Psychic Inertia, and then Hope can attack for 2. End the turn. Look at this. Look at this, the complete opposite from the last game. 1 of every card type in the deck except support. So we'll put 1 threat on the main scheme, and then Stryfe only has 2 attack. So I was taking it anyways, but I'll take it even more happily now. 2 plus a boost of 3, of course, to balance it out. Down to 7. 2 encounter cards. Mind Alterations is the one where we need to recover and spend a mental to discard it. Otherwise, we take a damage from every event or upgrade. Telepathic Camouflage. Oh my goodness, what luck. So that's just incredible there. Maybe not the best thing to draw overall, but it's like the best possible time to have drawn this throughout the deck. So as I look at it, I'm not actually going to clear it unless I flip to Angel, which means I'm not going to get a basic recovery in. Oh, and Hope readies. Oh, sorry. Should have put 2 because of Archangel's acceleration icon there. So I'm going to take a couple damage from the Mind Alteration. That's annoying. Well, okay, this is only events or upgrades. I guess my turn is most likely Mockingbird and Overwatch. I could flip to Angel and play Adaptive Plumage, which would clear this and get a Confuse, which I like. This would bounce to hand. I get a draw. And then I could play, oh no, I can't play Superpower Training. So I'm probably wasting some number of resources there. So it's slightly boring, but is what it is. We'll play Overwatch on the main scheme, taking 1 from Mind Alteration. Flip to Angel. Angel thwarts for 2 on Telepathic Camouflage. Psylocke thwarts for the remaining 1. Then after Psylocke attacks, if you are Angel, heal 1 from Psylocke. Then she'll take Consequential. This is defeated. Pay 3 for Mockingbird. Stunning Stryfe. And no rush to use up Mockingbird. Oh, Hope, I guess, Hope will thwart for 2. And end the turn. All right, it's 2 this time. 2 resources and 2 upgrades. Up to 4 on the main scheme. Under Surveillance is a nice draw. Stryfe is stunned. 2 encounter cards. Telekinetic Wave. So we'll bounce Overwatch to hand. And then Stryfe will activate. So now actually does activate for 4 because we went up to 3 upgrades in hand there. So this is worth a block. Psylocke could keep going for a while. Psylocke might contribute a lot of value over time, even though she's already got 1 damage on her. So let's have Mockingbird block. Takes a bunch of damage and dies. Still a fine use of resources, though. There's an advance. Do we hit the thing again? 1 plus a boost of 0 this time. All right. Well, no minions yet for me to do that. All right, a lot to think about here. So we do have the Under Surveillance, which means we could maybe flip down. My only mental is a double, which is annoying. Got a couple chances to try to draw 1, though. So I've seen 1 advance and 2 telekinetic wave. It's also not crazy for me to just keep that around for a while. It feels really bad to miss a chance to play Under Surveillance. So I could do Metamorphosis to Alter Ego, draw a card, recover. Let's just assume I didn't draw a mental, spend Genius. 2 for Under Surveillance, and then Overwatch, maybe a card left over, but depending on what we draw. Could be better. The other question is, do I flip with my normal flip and then Metamorphosis back, or just Metamorphosis now? I think I just Metamorphosis now. Pay 2 for Metamorphosis. We'll change to Warren and draw a card. Ooh, that's funny. Take a damage. Let's shuffle in both adaptive plumages there. Maybe let's get an adaptive plumage back. Might need to get, I don't know, stunning and confusing is always nice. So I can actually play wings and under surveillance. No, sorry, because I need to spend that, spend the genius. Oh, look at that. There's a mental resource. I think I took a damage from playing the Metamorphosis. Yeah, I was at 6. So we'll use Warren's ability to heal 1. We'll recover for 3 more. Spend a mental. Honestly, not far from that being the card I want to play this turn. But I like everything else going on here. Spend a mental to discard Mind Alteration. Because we'll get some more of those in the deck at some point. Then we'll pay 2 for Under Surveillance. Pay 3 for the wings. We don't have a cheap thing to bounce right now, which is risky. So maybe I'm not learning from my mistakes, but it's not like I had a ton of alternatives. Flip to Angel. Ready. And Psylocke. Oh, shoot. Psylocke's thing is only after she attacks. So she should have taken 1 consequential when she thwarted this thing last turn. I mean, if I had remembered that, I would have, I don't know. It's fine, it's fine. She might have to block this turn anyways. But she will attack now, so she'll heal and then take consequential. We'll just thwart for 4 on Stryfe's Grasp. Not in a, like I said, I'm not in a rush to clear it because my strategy is to dawdle longer here. But if things got really out of hand, it's nice to have that option to advance. And we'll end the turn. Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty sure Psylocke will just block right away here. All right, how does the hand look? 2 events, upgrade support ally. So 2 threat on the main scheme. Up to 7 out of a threshold of 13. Stryfe attacks, Psylocke blocks, takes a bunch, and Shadow of the Past is gone. 2 encounter cards. Cerebral Erasure, when revealed, return an upgrade or support you control to its owner's hand, or return Worthington. And then, what is it? We do the same thing when we defeat it. And Telekinetic Wave, why not? We'll return Under Surveillance to hand. We're quickly running out of all the extra schemes, though, so maybe we'll be safe for an Alter Ego eventually. We'll just take the attack. We've got still 2 upgrades, 2 events, 2 supports, 1 ally. So 3 plus a boost of 1, which is 4. But then discard 1 card from your hand, then draw 1 card, which is actually kind of nice. What to discard here? Lots of good stuff, actually. I'm not playing Crisis Averted and Natural Flight. I think I'm going to Alter Ego this turn. I think Crisis, well, I don't think I'm playing Nick. Nah, no, I think I'm not playing Crisis Averted. All right, well, that hurt a lot. Pretty big setback. So I'm looking at 2 for Natural Flight. Draw a card. 1 for Worthington. Draw a card. Get back under surveillance. That math was not answering this at all, which would have to return something else. I think we probably live with this for 1 turn. Hope to draw a 0 cost card. Got 1 Overwatch left, Skilled Investigator left. Yeah, we should find it soon. Two for Natural Flight. Move 4 threat from the main scheme. We are Angel, so we'll draw a card. Doesn't change anything. Pay 1 for Worthington. Let's have Hope, Thwart 2. Angel, no, we're gonna recover. Flip down, recover plus heal 1, so we'll heal for 4. Oh shoot, no, sorry. I had the wings, so I'll attack 1 first, then use the wings to ready as Angel, then flip, then recover and heal. Worthington, I think still Natural Flight, same logic as before. Things aren't terrible, but we just haven't built up too much yet. As soon as I take control of a sweet minion with Show of Empathy, then we'll be cooking. Draw. There's the Natural Flight. 2 for Under Surveillance on the main scheme. Some cards there that we'll miss playing on the first deck pass. X Bunker, X Gene. But we do what we gotta do. And end the turn. Ooh, great looking hand on many levels here. All right, let's do our count. We got 3 events. I'll go up to 6. 7 from here. 7 out of 13. Stryfe schemes for 1, plus a boost of 1. Puts it to 9 out of 13. Advance into triple boost ends the game. 2 encounter cards. Our obligation, which is going to flip us to Archangel. And then Dragoness, who is a minion, but as weak a 1 as you can get, so nothing doing there. Let's see here. Now that it flipped me to Archangel, I can use Techno-Organic Wings to discount an aerial event. So that is looking pretty decent. No question, need to go to Alter Ego form this turn. I never ready Hope. So what would be nice is to beat Angel via Metamorphosis. so that I could adaptive plumage, bounce, draw, natural flight, flip down. Yeah, that all just works perfectly. And let me walk through that again. Maybe I clear this. Because when Metamorphosis flips me to Angel, I get to remove 2 threat from a scheme. It's not really a good use for that right now. I could just do it here. If I have to hold onto this a turn, it's no biggie. Plus I might not have mathed through everything I can do still. So I do need to attack here. So let's attack Dragoness for 2. Yep, attack Dragoness for 2. No, sorry, Hope can't attack Dragoness. Oh, I hope I didn't do that. I hope I didn't screw that up earlier. This Angel and Psylocke thwarted. Okay, I don't think I've made that mistake this game. Am I just not killing Dragoness at all? Let me just take back this attack for a second. So I could adaptive plumage just right here. Bounce it back. Kill these. Metamorphosis down, get a card. Okay, no, okay. This all works. So we'll reduce cost by 2, then spend Avian Anatomy, so this will come back to hand for adaptive plumage. We are going to attack Stryfe, so it's 4 damage and stun. Then Archangel's ability will deal 3 to Dragoness. Then I just flip for turn. No. I'd rather draw a card than remove 2 threat from a scheme. I am going to have Hope attack Stryfe for 2 right now. Pay 2 for Metamorphosis, flipping to Warren. Drawing a card. Ooh. I'm not going to get a resource to play here, but we will Worthington Industries. think just the thwarting is still the way to go. Get natural flight. I've progressed a lot on damage and Stryfe's Grasp, but I really wanted more stuff in play by now. So pay 1 for Weapon X. Do the thing. Heal 1 with ability. Deal ourselves an encounter card to discard Apocalyptic Influence. I guess just recover for 3. I don't care about my basic activation that much. Flip for turn to Angel. Pay 2 for Natural Flight, removing 4 threat from the main scheme, ignoring Crisis because we are Angel. We'll draw a card. Skilled Investigator? No. Yaw and roll. All right, I think I discard that end of turn. At least I've gotten a lot of use out of these wings, even if they do end up getting bounced. I think I've used it like at least three times now. All right, check the hand. 2 upgrades, 1 of everything else. So 3 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe is stunned. 2 encounter cards for a total of 3. How about I finally get a nice minion to take control of? Reaper has a forced interrupt when he attacks. Extreme Measures. After a player card enters play, we take indirect damage equal to that card's cost. And then Psychic Inertia. I am not in a rush to get that Reaper. Wildside would have been a nice one to get, but there's still Samurai and Forearm who are insane to take control of. So I'm not adamant about stealing Reaper. I've got Spider-Man in hand for this exact moment, this exact situation. Four health minion that we can just clean in one shot. Just wish I had like one more resource, because then I could go. Oh no, that's stupid, because I draw after I play Natural Flight. So we will okay. There's just a lot of good stuff here. So how good am I on the main scheme? Well, here's the situation. The Cardinals just tied up the football game, so I'm going to pause here and we'll reshuffle when we get back so I can watch the end of this game. All right, back for my cut. Let's see here. I only had 1 card left in the deck, so I don't really need to shuffle that, but shuffle the encounter deck, as I always do when I cut the video. I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan, but nothing I enjoy more than a close NFL game that I have no personal stake in. So wanted to watch the end of Seahawks Cardinals after the Cardinals came back and tied it. All right, and then I started thinking about this turn here. This is the next day for me, so obviously it's 2 seconds for you, but it is the next day for me, so getting reacquainted here. And I think I've got a pretty good sequence here. So I'm going to thwart for 1, on extreme measures. Basically, kind of a really interesting puzzle this turn, trying to discard this, time up being able to bounce Overwatch with this, but also hopefully using Overwatch for natural flight. So you'll see what's going on here. Thwart one here, ready with the wings. Then we're just going to attack, which is going to be for 0, but now I can discard Psychic Inertia. So now we'll pop down Skilled Investigator, pop down Overwatch on the main scheme. Hope is going to thwart Cerebral Erasure for 2. When defeated, we return an upgrade or support to our hand. So we'll return the Overwatch, Skilled Investigator to draw. We run through the deck and get an encounter card. Overwatch obviously costing 0, so we don't have to take any damage from extreme measures. Next, we're going to spend the Power of Flight to play Natural Flight. No, sorry, Overwatch first. Overwatch the main scheme. Then we're going to Power of Flight to play Natural Flight. Because we're Angel, we ignore Crisis, removing 4 threat from the main scheme. Pop Overwatch to remove 4 threat from extreme measures. I draw a card off of playing Natural Flight. Flip down. Well, I assumed I was going to play Spider-Man, but Professor X got mildly interesting here. Now that I am flipped down, obviously don't get, well, I wouldn't get to use the block or the thwarting really, but this shouldn't advance. We're 9 away. Only 1 advance left in the deck, although we do have that extra encounter card. It shouldn't advance. Even if we hit an advance, we'd have to run into some negative boost card variants. Let's do Worthington. Oh, actually, do I have an aerial? Oh, yeah. Worthington Industries, shuffle in a Natural Flight. And draw. No need to use Weapon X here, since I'm not going to use the resource anyways. Ah, shoot. Hope can't thwart that. It's okay. How badly does that mess things up? Crap. Shoot, that's so bad. That's what I get for taking that long of a break. Well, the fact that I'm gonna... Okay, I still have a draw coming from this. I'm gonna have 1 resource over, so if I end up being down a resource, that's gonna be okay, based on the order I have to do everything. So I could have... Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to leave extreme measures in play. Obviously, I've gotten a little bit of information since the start of my turn, but I was planning to play Spider-Man to kill this, so I don't think it's going to affect anything. So I started the turn by thwarting 1 here, and then attacking for 0 to discard the thing. Or maybe I just, well, no, it's probably simplest if I just don't get rid of this. Yeah, I guess this is simplest because then I just take back Hope's activation. This is still in play. I bounced the, oh, but I drew a card off of this. But the card I drew I didn't play, so I could have just drawn a card off of defeating extreme measures. So I think this actually rewinds everything. Maybe if there might be a more optimal way I would have played. Because I could have, so instead of thwarting this for 1, I could have attacked. I could have attacked, done natural flight with Overwatch to pop here and here. Now I'm ready. Now I've thwarted because I played natural flight. I attacked for 0, so I can discard the thing. I'm ready. I'll defeat. I'll defeat. Well, I could either bounce weapon X. I'll thwart. Nah, okay. I think this is too messy, too much hindsight. I could basically do everything that I did except for having Hope thwart this. So I'm going to live with this being in play for now. And obviously it's going to hurt because it's an extra acceleration right now when I had an opportunity to remove it, but everything else should still have been able to happen. So is what it is. I am going to let myself say before I flipped down that instead of thwarting with Hope, I would have just attacked Stryfe for 1. So I'm going to give myself that. But now we should be everywhere. I could have, like I said, I could have still drawn off of extreme measures being defeated with Skilled Investigator. So I'm not going to take back the card from here because I could have just gotten it there. All right, sorry about that. I still have my draw coming from this. I never drew that yet. Okay. There's a case to be made. I should actually metamorphosis back to Angel. But I actually don't have any blockers, so that's probably not ideal. We'll go 3 for Spider-Man as intended. Give him plus attack, kill Reaper, and end the turn. I'm really considering discard, depending on how the hand looks, I might discard a card to reduce the threat that gets put on there. Okay, well, it's not going to matter because I got 2 resources and 2 allies, so I can't reduce it beyond 2. So it'll get 2 from the hand, a 3rd from Cerebral Erasure, up to 7. Stryfe Schemes for 1 plus a boost of 2, up to 10. Yeah, we just lose 2 advance, probably. Psychic Amnesia, Exhaustion. Thumbelina returns Techno-Organic Wings to hand. And it's not advance, okay. So discard the top X cards of the encounter deck where it's the number of the most common type we have. 2 upgrades, 2 allies, 2 resources, so it's just going to be 2. And then we'll deal each psionic card to ourselves. There's a psionic card. Skipped over the advance. So then we get Mind Trap. And that's it. We're still alive. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Yes, excellent. All right, that was a reasonably big risk there. So probably could have played some number of things better leading up to that, but here we are now, and we'll keep going. So I do have an ally. Well, I have multiple allies in hand I could play, but they both apply a status to Stryfe. And I think it might be time to advance the Stryfe's Grasp. So the status application won't do too much. I also, in hand, don't have a way to thwart past the Crisis. That's another good reason. Although we did see the extra advance, so we are in the clear for activations. But step 1 alone could easily add 3 threat to the main scheme, so. All right, and I want to, if I am going to advance, I want to play as much stuff as I possibly can. Well, let's do this. Let's start with Worthington Industries. Metamorphosis is the only option, but that's fine. Draw. Ooh, double goes a long way. I'm going to Weapon X, take a damage. Adaptive Plumage. Just going to heal it right back with Warren. Still didn't get any way to go around the Crisis. Pay 1 for, no, sorry. If I'm going to play an upgrade, I should exhaust some stuff first. Let's exhaust Under Surveillance, Skilled Investigator, and Spider-Man to discard Mind Trap. Pay 1 for X Gene. Oh, I need to exhaust my identity to do this. But that's okay, I might be getting a ready from the wings. Ooh, I could keep, if I keep Thumbelina out until we've gotten the reshuffle, that feels pretty good. I won't get hit by the wings won't get hit again. I'm pretty close to playing Dazzler or Mockingbird just to have something to do. I don't actually have that much to do. I think for sure 1, 2, 3 for the wings. And these are upgrades. This only affects allies and supports. Flip to Angel. ready. Well, I guess I just can't play these. So I am playing Adaptive Plumage. Okay, okay. In that case, do I ever go to Archangel instead of Angel? No. I don't need to ready to clear that with, no, sorry. I do need the 2 thwart to clear that. So yes, this is fine. Okay, yep, so, all right. So we pay these, oh no, I have X gene. 1, 2, 3 for Adaptive Plumage as Angel. We'll remove 3 threat from Cerebral Erasure and confuse an enemy, even though it might be short-lived. I guess I confused Thumbelina. There's a very small chance she'll be alive for a thwart of mine. Whereas Stryfe will definitely be stalwart. When defeated, return a Skilled Investigator to hand. Adaptive Plumage comes back to hand because we spent Avian Anatomy. And then we'll draw a card because we are Angel. Angel will thwart Stryfe's Grasp for 2. So we flip this. I'm not sure this counts as defeating it for the purpose of Skilled Investigator, because I think it has to be discarded to be defeated. Doesn't make too much of a difference though. But in any case, we definitely defeated this. So we'll flip. Oh shoot, before. Well, okay. I will still play this before. No, it just doesn't matter. It'll cost 1 more if I wait to play that. So I'm just gonna play that. Then I'll do that to flip it. Comes in with 3 threat and we advance to 2A. So nothing happens on 2A, and now we have the +2 hand size, and Stryfe gains Stalwart, and everything costs 1 more to play. Hope will thwart Living Bomb for 2, but then we've got some guys stranded in hand. So I think I'll discard Adaptive Plumage and Dazzler end of turn, and keep Nick though. He'll let me discard this. Also, just expensive cards are generally nice to play. Just to suffer this as little as possible. All right, draw up to 7. One threat. All right, didn't fully consider honestly didn't even think about my blocking situation at all. We've got an aerial agility in hand if we need. But we've got 5 events, so Stryfe is attacking for 6. So let us block with Spider-Man this attack. As a boost ability, discard 1 card from your hand, then draw a card. Okay, I think probably Agile Flight. I've got good thwarting if I want it this turn. Discard that, draw a new card. Spider-Man dies. Thumbelina attacks for 1. 2 encounter cards. Forearm. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. And Mental Transferal. If Stryfe Grasp is in play, attached to Hope, otherwise attached to us. So this is when Stryfe takes damage, we also take it and then discard that card. But holy moly, what a rip there. So I really do need to play Nick because I need a blocker. I don't actually have a blocker, and I don't want the risk of going to alter ego form. Now we can start with, no, I need to exhaust this to discard that. Well, okay. All right, Hope thwarts Living Bomb. This goes to the victory display. We draw a card with Skilled Investigator. I'm going to need a little bit more thwarting, but a chance to draw stuff here. So 7 cards in hand. I'm going to need to pay 7, I guess, for Nick, if that's what I do. Well, let me think about this, because okay. I think the move is Nick, remove 2 threat from a scheme. I don't think that's too cute. I've got to get rid of Psychic Amnesia. That guarantees that I can actually clear this turn, while exhausting my identity to discard that. I think that is legit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. To play Nick, after playing an ally or support, exhaust your identity to discard this card. When he enters, we'll remove 2 threat from Show of Empathy. And the interrupt is just when threat is removed, like it doesn't have to be a thwart or anything. So that'll go there. Ready Angel. Thwart down Show of Empathy for 4. Putting all that here, again, because Forearm is not elite. And then we take control of Forearm with Redemption. Now, I could crack in on Stryfe for 4, but then Angel has to take 4. So I think I cool it on that. I could attack and kill Thumbelina, but I feel like I don't like her in the reshuffle. A different question, though, is maybe, as much as I don't like Thumbelina in the reshuffle, maybe she might still be better than the average card. And Forearm does clear her in 1 shot. I think I'm gonna not clear her. It's only 1 damage that I take as the downside. And I haven't changed forms yet. I'm definitely not changing to Alter Ego. Any case to be made for changing to Angel? Probably not. I could defend for slightly more, but I get an extra thing here. So that'll go up to 3. A single advance won't end the game. The boost that puts 3 threat on the main scheme is back in play though. I think I'm not going to go to Angel yet. It feels bad to not use Forearm at all, but this is what I'm sticking with. Okay, 1 threat on the main scheme. Oh, sorry, +2 hand size, up to 7. Let's do a little count here. We've got 4 events. We're at the point in the game now where we're going to have some pretty event-heavy hands because all of our upgrades are in play. So Nick Fury is going to defend. No boost ability. So Nick's going to die. Thumbelina attacks for 1, which I just take. Acceleration on the main scheme. When we do flip Stryfe, I have to remember that now we'll start taking damage based on our card types in hand. Another reason Forearm is so nice. All that damage on board won't trigger, doesn't, oh, no, sorry, never mind. So it doesn't trigger Stryfe's ability, but I didn't want to attack because then Angel would take 4 damage. Okay, 2 encounter cards. Here we go. Telepathic Camouflage. We've got 4 events, so that's coming in with 6 threat. Kind of a lot, but we've actually got good thwarting in the hand. And then Psychic Inertia is no problem at all. Sweet. All right. Well, I think we've got to start with the Natural Flight. We'll go X Gene plus a double for Natural Flight on Telepathic Camouflage. 4 threat removed. Draw with Angel's ability. We'll attack for 0 so that we can discard Psychic Inertia. Ready. Do I ready? I gotta see what I want to do with the flip. Because I wanted Hope to attack for 1 so that I can get rid of this thing. But I also want Hope to thwart this so that I can draw. Don't need to attack Stryfe this turn. Yeah, it's probably the best of the things in my hand, though. Yeah, okay. I'm going to have Hope thwart for 2. Which lets me draw off of Skilled Investigator. Alright, I do think I want to ready with the wings rather than get a discount. Let's attack Stryfe for 1. And then take 1 back. To discard mental. Okay, where are all my blockers? Not gonna have any blockers for this turn again. Well, I could shuffle in an Aerial Agility. Guaranteed to draw Aerial Agility if I go to Archangel this turn. I feel like I've forgotten to do this in hero form, so I forgot it last turn, of course. Yeah, I think I go to Archangel. It's going to get 3 on step 1 if I'm Archangel. Advance would put it to 4 plus a boost, which isn't a kill, unless we get Telekinetic Wave as the boost. I think I go to Archangel in order to survive. And because we're going to get some pretty good value here. So let's go to Archangel. I can't play both of these. Well, okay, that's actually pretty bad that I can't play both. Maybe I don't need to be Archangel. No, I still want to. Okay, so for Worthington, I'm going to shuffle in Aerial Agility. But I don't get to draw because I'm not an Alter Ego. Yeah, Natural Flight has to be the priority to lessen my advance risk. So Natural Flight, the main scheme. I can still play it no matter what. I only ignore Crisis and Patrol if I'm Angel. So thwart the main scheme for 2 with Natural Flight. And then I'll just play X-Bunker, I guess. I'm not going to go to Alter Ego form unless I get under surveillance. That's probably more relevant than Superpower Training, because I don't have anything to get anymore. Let's pay for the X-Bunker. Oh, sorry, and after I played Natural Flight, deal 2 to Stryfe from Archangel's ability. Forearm will clear out Thumbelina, I think. How much do we care about this? I think we probably get the clock going on Stryfe. In which case, let me rewind slightly. I'll still pay these 3 to play X-Bunker, but then I'll take this back for now. Forearm attacks Stryfe. We advance. So now he's got the forced response after you attack Stryfe, so forearm doesn't count. Take X damage, where X is the number of cards of the most common type in your hand. Comes in at 20. Now we'll do the Natural Flight, hitting Stryfe for 2 more. Okay, here we go. I feel like, sorry guys, this has to be my sloppiest game I've maybe ever played, both in terms of rules and playing optimally. Let's go through the deck, get an encounter card. So Aerial Agility's got me covered for this first attack, but then we've also just got a defense of 3. So if I have to defend another attack, it's not too bad. Very interesting under surveillance there. Could let me sneak into Alter Ego. It's not looking like a super damaging hand, I must say. 3 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe attacks. We pay 1 plus what? I like that Manifold could be a blocker for me. Maybe Metamorphosis. Well, that's a 2-cost aerial thing that could get discounted there. Let's do 1 plus yaw and roll for aerial agility. So when Stryfe attacks, this also gets me below 3 of any individual card type in hand, so that actually that's fairly significant, I think. So we're Archangels, so we'll get a tough status and gain Retaliate 1 for the attack. We'll deal 1 damage to Stryfe with Archangel's ability. Attack's going to come in for no boost. Man, that's actually a pretty small attack, but oh well. If he attacks again, it'll be pretty small too. We did have Retaliate 1 there, so we'll deal 1 additional back, and then Thumbelina will attack for 1. 2 encounter cards, and I don't think we can lose to an advance, unless there's a quad boost that I'm forgetting about, like Forearm, actually. Okay, Dragoness is fine. There's an advance. Oh, sorry, he's got 2 scheme. So yeah, triple boost we lose. And another long attempt. Unfortunately, couldn't get there. Let's try again. All right, here we go, game number 4, I think. Making a couple changes here. As typically happens when we struggle to win, we continually sacrifice the character of the deck and the hero in order to play generically good cards. So I'm cutting the last of the non-identity specific aerial events. I don't think I've ever played Yaw and Roll yet. Agile Flight has just never seemed that good. By the time we really care about our events, here's what I'm trying to say. In the early game, having all this aerial stuff doesn't really matter. We're not that committed to the aerial thing. Where it does matter is later in the game, but by later in the game, we've got enough upgrades and stuff out, enough draw power, that we actually do get Angel's Own aerial events quite a lot. So these aren't that important for the first like half of the game or so. So I'm going to cut these, put in Ironheart, another blocking ally. I mean, basically what happened there at the end of last game was I had to make a relatively low value play to try to stay alive, because I had a couple turns there where I was really starved for someone to block with. So I'm up to 8 allies now. Ironheart, one of the classically best, just good blocking allies. Come in, get her value back right away, and very serviceable there. And then a second copy of Under Surveillance. So getting an Under Surveillance on main scheme 2, I think is really important for this matchup. I would very rarely play 2 Under Surveillance in a deck, but we've seen, I forget how I lost game 1, but I think I made it to stage 2 there. Oh yeah, everything went wrong once I went to stage. I wasn't set up enough. But I think being able to throw Under Surveillance on here, being able to access all of our really good Alter Ego stuff, is going to be important for this matchup. So second Under Surveillance to help eliminate some loss conditions, or to help just get it earlier, get one in hand earlier for when we advance. And you could even argue that, I don't know, even then, at the end of last game, I possibly should have still not advanced to Stryfe stage 2 yet. Well, no, because I had no way to thwart past the crisis in that hand where I advanced. So maybe that wasn't necessarily wrong. But this is a matchup I'm really enjoying, so now this will be a good test for seeing what you all like. If you've been along with the whole journey of this video, then I commend you for that. Hopefully you've gotten some enjoyment out of seeing the journey. Hopefully it's been worth your time a bit. Hopefully we'll make it especially worth your time with an eventual win here. But this is kind of a good example of, oh, this card is backwards. is a good example, like, assuming I mean, whenever I do eventually win, like, that'll have to be another hour-long game or so. So I'm going to have 3 hour-plus games in this matchup. Would you rather have that be 3 different videos or just all in the same video? Because I feel like it would get, I don't know, monotonous or predictable. I don't know if I were to make them separate videos. But here it's all one video, so you know you're going to see the whole journey of Angel versus Stryfe and then up to its conclusion. If I lose this, well, I don't know. I really think this can make it. If I keep losing, maybe I do something where I cut through I do short little clips of some of those losses to make it all go faster, but we'll see. Start of the game, we discarded down to a psionic attachment. It was the first card, which was kind of lucky. We got mental transferal, the one that'll throw a damage Hope's way. So we've got Under Surveillance already in the opener, a card I'm always inclined to keep just because of how it affects the game. And we actually got both, so I'm not going to be able to draw my second one until I go through the deck again. We also got Dazzler, who is just very good. But Dazzler's a little bit awkward. I wouldn't be able to play anything else. So at the very least, I mulligan these 4. Try to find a double resource, or maybe like I think I'm keeping Under Surveillance. I would need to get 2 double resources in order to play both of these, so I shouldn't really expect that to happen. Psylocke's just not that good yet. Avian Anatomy, I don't have an aerial event in hand. X-Bunker is not that good yet. So I'm going to give myself a couple options by mulliganing these 4. Okay, well, Weapon X is good. Now I can go Weapon X, Dazzler, and Overwatch, I think. I also drew Adaptive Plumage. I think Dazzler is better overall. So let's pay 1 for Weapon X, activate, get a Razor Dive, I'll heal back the 1, pay 4 for Dazzler, Confuse. I just think the overall value is so much better with Dazzler that I'm okay losing the Under Surveillance. Overwatch, the main scheme. Flip. Attack Stryfe for 1. So Hope's going to take 1, and we discard Mental Transferal. Hope thwarts for 2. And I think this might be a little bit of change from the previous games. I'm just going to start activating my allies more. Dazzler, because they just might have to block sooner than... I've wasted some hit points here from not just activating my allies. Let's attack for 2. And end the turn. Really glad we got the Overwatch out so that if we get hit with a Telekinetic Blast, we can just bounce that for basically for free. We've got 3 events in the hand, so we'll put 3 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe attacks, we'll take it for 4 plus a boost of 4 is 8. And then 2 encounter cards. Samurai and Psychic Override. Choose a card type, discard each one that's not of that type, draw up to our hand size, put a threat on the main scheme for each card of the chosen type in your hand. So, Support is an interesting name. I get to keep Worthington Industries. I don't think I can name Event, that's just going to put too much on the main scheme. I don't have that many other supports to actually draw. It's probably only putting one on the main scheme. I could possibly name Upgrade, because Skilled Investigator is also just very good. I don't have... Well, there's a handful more upgrades in the deck than supports, I think. I'm gonna have to go to Archangel to kill Samurai, but obviously we're gonna draw some stuff, so we'll see what happens. I think Skilled Investigators might actually be a bit better than Worthington. No. Because I've been undervaluing the ability to just shuffle stuff back in, even if I'm staying in hero form. I'm going to say support. That might be wrong. So we'll discard my non-supports, draw up to my hand size. We drew no additional supports. We did draw a natural flight, which is kind of huge. So we're going to put one threat on the main scheme. So we took a lot of damage, but we're pretty good on everything else. I can play Natural Flight and Adaptive Plumage, or Professor X. Okay, I kind of like Adaptive Plumage. Okay, yeah, this is solid. I'm actually not going to pop Overwatch here, because I don't care about speeding through Stryfe's Grasp, and it stays in play for the bounce stuff. So I'll pay 2 for Natural Flight as Angel, removing 4 threat from the main scheme. Draw a card. The double now lets me keep a card in hand. Let's flip to Archangel. Professor X might be good to just keep. I mean, obviously Stryfe's already confused. But he can always get an advance or something. Professor X can always ready hope. I'm going to want to flip to Alter Ego sooner than later, though. I'll keep Worthington. So we'll pay 3 for Adaptive Plumage. Since we are Archangel, deal 4 damage to an enemy and stun it. So we'll deal 4 to Stryfe and stun him. We'll use Archangel's ability, to deal 3 damage to Samurai. No, sorry, Hope cannot attack Samurai. Archangel will finish off Samurai. Hope will okay, should have been thwarting there. Hope will attack for 2. Let's have Dazzler do something. Let's have her thwart for 2. Keep Worthington and end the turn. So we got the stun out, obviously, but Dazzler is ready to block now. 2 allies as the most common card type, so here's 2 threat on the main scheme. Stryfe is stunned. Oh, sorry, 1 more for Archangel's ability. 2 encounter cards. Telekinetic Wave is going to bounce Overwatch. And then Stryfe attacks. Dazzler will defend. Take a bunch of damage. Thumbelina, return the highest cost upgrade you control to its owner's hand. And I have none. What a great time to draw Thumbelina. All right, so I actually got Nick here. Good chance that Nick is the play. We've got Razor Dive, which would advance us to the next stage. So that's almost certainly not happening. Although Mockingbird's very good too. Mockingbird, yeah, because I think I'm flipping to Alter Ego this turn. So Nick is not quite as good as usual. But Razor Dive is, well, no, I'm not Razor Diving. Yeah, this works out pretty well, actually. I guess I don't do anything. Okay. I'm not going to kill Thumbelina if I don't play an aerial event, because these only attack for 2. There's some advance risk here. By some, I mean a lot. Okay, I think it might still be a hero form turn. Because this will get 4 plus whatever I have most of in hand, and advance probably ends the game. So maybe I do play Nick then, since I am staying here. Kind of does the same as Mockingbird in terms of blocking 1 attack. Yeah, okay. Do I ever keep Mockingbird to play Nick and Mockingbird? It's probably not good enough odds that we make full use of Nick there. So let's pay these 4 for Nick. And draw 3. I guess there's an argument to be made for popping Thumbelina. But no, I'm going to draw 3. Yep. Huh. Well, now Metamorphosis is really interesting. This is super interesting. Super interesting. I've also got the wings, which is always a decent play. But I think the move is Metamorphosis to Alter Ego. Yeah. Well, do I want to flip and then Metamorphosis back, or Metamorphosis and then flip back? I've got the resources to play Worthington either way. If I flip back, the question is, who do I flip to? If I flip to Angel, I can take out Thumbelina. We get the acceleration, though. If I flip to Angel, I get to draw from Angel, but removing 2 threat here doesn't really matter. I think I just flip down. No, I think the card is But I get the card if I do Angel as well. So, okay, so I'll just flip to, okay, do I want to do anything with Hope before I give up these stats? Attack Thumbelina for 1. Sure, Hope and Nick will both attack Thumbelina. So they'll each do 1 damage to her. Well, I guess Nick doesn't need to attack yet. We'll see. We might draw like a player side scheme or something. But Hope's going to attack while we've got 2 attack. Then we're going to flip to Warren as just a regular flip. Pay 1 for Worthington Industries. Counting identity specific cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So I do have some left in the deck because I want to actually reshuffle in Natural Flight as late as possible. Just because I might not be spending it, it might not be right to spend it this turn. So I'm just going to Weapon X right now. Take 1. Got Avian Anatomy. Heal 1. Recover for 3. Worthington. Shuffle in Natural Flight. I guess that was probably wrong. I guess I would still be able... Well, I don't know. Avian Anatomy goes a long way here too. I would still be able to play Natural Flight this turn since I'm going to Angel. Or am I just going back to Archangel? I don't know. Here's my draw. No, I think I go to Angel, actually just on the chance that I draw something useful. Okay, Superpower Training still in the deck, so I'm going to spend the Wings and Avian Anatomy to play Metamorphosis, changing to Angel, removing 2 threat from a scheme, and then with Angel's ability drawing a card, Metamorphosis comes back with Avian Anatomy. And now I didn't even think about this, but I guess I can Metamorphosis to Archangel now, which is really funny. I mean, I might as well, right? I got nothing else to do with the turn. I think it's worth the acceleration because Stryfe is still confused and we're in hero form. So let's Metamorphosis to Archangel. We did not trigger this yet because we flipped straight down. So for Metamorphosis' ability, we'll deal 3 to Stryfe. From Archangel's ability, we'll deal 2 to Thumbelina, which is not an attack, so it doesn't reduce it. And then Nick will just attack for 2. Thing is, I'm still pretty far from wanting to advance. But I think it's still right just to not waste it. Keep that option open for whenever I want it. Didn't actually draw the Natural Flight. It's one of these 2 remaining cards. See what that does to us. 2 player side schemes, 2 upgrades. So I'll put 3 on the main scheme to start. Stryfe attacks, Nick blocks, no boost ability. Advance notably gone. 2 encounter cards, Cerebral Erasure with no more 0 cost things out. I guess I did bounce the Overwatch. I guess I never replayed it. But we'll bounce Worthington. Assault's going to be another attack. So I'm at 7. Stryfe still got 3 attack. Defending isn't worth any more than recovering. But am I going to flip to Alter Ego at all this turn? I think that answer is yes, because I've actually got Crisis Averted. So, I mean, it really doesn't matter. I'll defend for 3. So attack coming in for 3 plus a boost of 0. So we'll take 0. All right. So, Crisis Averted. What am I spending? I want to play almost everything in hand here. We've actually lost our best show of empathy targets. Samurai and Forearm. There's still a Wild Side or Wild Type, what's it called? I think I spend these 3. So these 3, which includes a mental for Crisis Averted, removing 6 threat from the main scheme, ignoring the Crisis icon. Ah, crap, okay. There was a point there where Hope attacked Thumbelina. She should not have done that. But that was the turn that I Metamorphosed back to Archangel. So I could have done the 3 damage from Metamorphosis to Thumbelina, and then instead of doing 3 damage to Stryfe like I did, I would do 2 damage to Stryfe from Archangel's ability. So Stryfe should be at 1 more. As I think about what Hope is doing here, because she's going to attack Stryfe for 2 before I flip to Alter Ego. But then I'll flip to Alter Ego. So we go Weapon X. I'm going to neutralize it with Healing 1. There's Natural Flight. We run through the deck. I'm not going to shuffle too much here because I'm playing Natural Flight for Worthington, reshuffling in Natural Flight, and then whatever I draw will be used to play X-Gene. Ooh, I didn't want to... Well, Manifold could always get it later, but... I guess I just said a whole thing about how I lost my best targets, but... 1 for X-Gene and end the turn. a rare 3 upgrade hand. So we'll put 4 on the main scheme. That 3 hurts if we get a, well, I mean, we're already got down 1 advance. If we advance into the thing that adds 3, if we've got 3 of the same card type, that would hurt. All right, 2 more encounter cards for a total of 3. 0, Wild Side. When revealed, either Wild Side attacks or we return the highest cost support to our hand. So taking 3 is not the worst thing, but my highest cost support only costs 1, so that's like 1 resource of value. So I'll return Worthington to hand. And Apocalyptic Influence is going to change us to Archangel, which makes things slightly awkward now. Slightly glad I didn't get attacked there, because now I might not get a chance to recover. But no, I need to go to Alter Ego to get rid of Apocalyptic Influence. That was pretty bad. Well, I can clean up these minions decently enough. Let's probably just clean up the minions, play Under Surveillance. No, I can't quite clean up. Yes, I can. No, I can't. Can't quite clean up the minions all by myself. But if I am going to Alter Ego, I don't need to kill Wild Side right now. I also did redraw the wings already, so I guess could be playing the wings. Yeah, I'm definitely playing the wings. One, two, 3 for the wings. Oh, it's a little awkward. Guess I could keep Avian Anatomy in hand. 1, 2, 3. No, sorry. First, I just attack 0. 1, 2, 3 for Adaptive Plumage on 0. Since I do not have 3 of the same type in my hand, we do not reshuffle 0. After playing an event, we'll deal 3 to Wild Side. I think this is a case now where I don't attack Stryfe with Hope. But we'll flip to Warren. Weapon X, taking 1, I'll heal the 1. Worthington, activate, hitting the plumage. I could have considered discarding one of those upgrades from hand last turn to stop a threat from going on there, which also would have stopped Telekinetic Wave from adding 3 threat. Might do that this turn, since I'm at big advance risk. Draw from Worthington. 2 for Under Surveillance. I never considered XGene is not a hero resource. It's just that most identity-specific events are hero events. I don't think I ever actually realized that we could use XGene in alter ego form. Keep that in mind when we draw metamorphoses. Deal myself an encounter card to discard Apocalyptic Influence and end the turn. Okay, so 3 events. I think there's enough advance risk that before we check this, I'm going to discard an event from hand. And let's make the obvious one, the one that's the defense when we're in alter ego. So now we're only going to put 2 on because we have 2 events and 2 upgrades. +1 from this, up to 7. Stryfe Schemes for 1, plus a boost of 2 for 3, up to 10. Need to hit a double boost on an advance, so probably lose because that's just the way it always seems to go, but we might not. Wild Side Schemes for 0, 3 encounter cards. Mind Alteration, fine. Gang Up Surges, Mind Trap, fine. Caught Off Guard, fine. Okay, what am I discarding with Caught Off Guard? All of these that are kind of the same thing. I guess Weapon X is the worst because they're all worth a resource every turn, but this one damages me. Okay. Survived it. You kidding me? I have no mental resource to do this. Let's try to draw one. Okay, well, Worthington, Razor Dive. I guess I could have used that logic to keep Weapon X around, because that's an actual draw, whereas XGene is just a resource. So I could have drawn a mental resource. I have no side schemes in the victory display yet. So X-Bunker can't draw me anything. We'll just rip a mental. Never doubted. All right, let's recover for 3. I'll just recover for 1 more with Angel's ability. After we recover, how badly do I need to play that Crisis Averted this turn? Because we're at 10. Threshold's 13. I've got Natural Flight, so okay, we're good. Spend the Crisis Averted to discard this. This isn't actually a rush to clear right now. I need to flip to Archangel if I want to kill Wild Side. No, that's not even true. I can't kill Wild Side. All right, got to flip to Angel. Ready. Play Skilled Investigator, enters exhausted. I guess both of these could attack Wildside for 1. Is that good enough for neither person to thwart this? I think so, actually. Or I could use Overwatch on the main scheme to help pop that. I kind of want the Overwatch to help me discard Mind Trap. It would also be nice to draw whenever I do eventually defeat that. Okay, we'll attack for 1 twice. No, sorry, Hope can't attack Wildside. What? How often am I gonna think that I can do that? In that case, let's just defeat Cerebral Erasure with Angel. Return Skilled Investigator to hand. Replay it. 1, 2, to Natural Flight the main scheme for 4. Draw with Angel. So X Bunker is slightly more efficient use of things. Superpower Training actively hurts me because I have nothing to get, and it boxes me out from other player side schemes. So I'll just be efficient and play the X Bunker, which enters exhausted. I will have Hope thwart for 2 off Stryfe's Grasp. End the turn. Always so many just like little inconveniences with this scenario. Oof, Adaptive Plumage saved what was going to be a really awkward hand. So actually I have resource cards is the thing we have 3 of. So let's math it out here. That's going to go up to 9. I think to save myself from Telekinetic Wave and partially from Advance, I think I need to discard one of these resources. And I actually think I'm going to discard a double. I guess Avian Anatomy, I don't know. Yeah, I'll discard a double. So now we'll put 2 threat on the main scheme for step 1, up to 8. And again, I'm just randomly not remembering to block for myself. How do I play so many allies in every deck, but this is, somehow I just have not had blockers for myself this matchup. So Stryfe attacks for 3, plus a boost of 3, take 6. Wildside attacks for 3, will take 3. And geez, hope we don't get attacked again. Under Fire, number 1, Dragoness, number 2, Extreme Measures. Okay, neither of those are too bad. And then Assault will defend 3, plus a boost of 1. I defend for 2. That'll take me out. Do we try again? Yes, I'm too stubborn. How have I just never had blockers? I can't believe I lost that one. I thought things were going really well. All right, another attempt coming your way. Well, here we go again. I think game 5 now, if I'm not mistaken. No changes to the deck this time. I think just for whatever reason, my mind drifted off the baseline strategy of, you know, staying alive and playing allies. So I think there's just a lot going on in this scenario, and kind of forgot one of the most fundamental parts. So still enjoying this matchup though, and all these losses just make the eventual win even more satisfying. All right, get our psionic attachment. Oops, sorry. Went one card too far there, so I'll just shuffle because I know what that next card is. Mind Trap, kind of an awkward one to get with nothing out already. One advance gone, one telekinetic wave, one assault. All right. So we literally can't clear that the first turn. But hopefully we get some stuff that can help clear it later. All right, opening hand. Okay, lots of things I like here. So I think these are definitely mulligans. Show of Empathy is the type of thing that's can be good to play early. I think I'll just mulligan these two. I mean, Ironheart and Mockingbird just makes for a nice turn. Chances are I'm going to want to get Overwatch out, but if I draw a double resource, then I will. So I will just mulligan 2. So Professor X or Mockingbird is an interesting question. Mockingbird sticks around for discarding Mind Trap. Professor X is not going to be able to thwart right away, but that doesn't really matter. I think the Confuse is a little more important than the Stun, especially if I've got Professor X to block. So let's start by paying 2 for Ironheart, draw a card, pay 3 for Professor X, confusing Stryfe, flip to hero form, and let's thwart for 4. And end the turn. Ooh, weird hand. So 2 resources is the most thing that we have. 2 threat, Stryfe attacks, Professor X blocks, takes a bunch of damage. 2 encounter cards. Advance hits the Confusion, but now we are out of straight up advances already. And then Cerebral Erasure. When revealed, return an upgrade or support you control to its owner's hand. We've got none. So I lost my confusion, so now the flip down feels riskier. Counter argument, it's just a risk we might have to take. There's only 2 telekinetic wave left. And I'm going to get enough value by going down that I think I just do it. Let's thwart for 2 to defeat this while we've got nothing to bounce. Takes away my ability to clear this right now. That's not terrible. Flip down. Pay 1. Oh, this hand's just atrocious. Pay 1 for Worthington Industries, play Skilled Investigator, and then I think hang on to both of these. Could end up with a bit of a resource-heavy hand, but we've got at least one draw coming. Maybe I'll pitch the Avian Anatomy. Sure, I'll discard the Avian Anatomy end of turn. Oh, and I just didn't even activate Angel. Oh, sorry, I did the Hope thing again. We'll say that Angel thwarted Cerebral Erasure. Hope will just attack Stryfe, I guess. Then we'll flip down, play those, discard that end of turn, and drop. Okay, nice hand overall. Let's do our count here. 3 upgrades, so we'll go up to 5. Stryfe schemes for 1 plus a boost of 4. Let's try again. No changes for game 6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was right. I mean, we get the alter ego action to discard that thing. We get the extra hand size. What did we start at? We started at 3. Then we just started at 2. I think it was at 2. We added 3 from our hand up to 5. I could have thought, well, I probably could have thought harder about discarding a card from hand. Yeah, I definitely should have done that, because I was at a risk anyways, and the telekinetic wave would have hurt me pretty hard. Ooh, Thumbelina's going to be gone, which is interesting. And Mind Alteration. Okay, might need to do a rule check right away. I don't remember if I can recover. I don't know if I can recover with full health. And do a rule check there, shuffle when I get back. All right, an identity that has no damage to heal cannot perform a basic recover. Now, I guess now that I say that, I can just play a single upgrade, and then I'll take a damage, then I could recover. Or I could just play some allies. Let's look at the opening hand. And then shuffle this while I think. So we did discard past the Thumbelina, so Techno-Organic Wings is pretty appealing. Mockingbird is also very appealing. I would need to draw 2 doubles to play both of those. So that's probably unlikely. So maybe I just go for Mockingbird and Under Surveillance. Or I mulligan harder for one of the 1-cost supports and upgrades. think we'll skip the wings, keep Mockingbird. I'll keep Under Surveillance. If we do draw a double, that's going to be such a good turn. I mean, just can I spread my allies throughout the deck, please? So we've got the classic Nick Fury Mockingbird awkwardness. I think Worthington into Dazzler looks pretty decent. Sure. Pay 1 for Worthington Industries. This is a support, so I won't take any damage. Let's shuffle and Razor Dive. Draw is Natural Flight, doesn't change anything. Pay 4 for Dazzler. Confuse Stryfe. Flip to... Oh, could make a case for not flipping. I think I'm going to flip though. Let's flip to Angel and Thwart for 4. I'm going to save Dazzler this time and end the turn. Okay, we got Weapon X, which is a mental, if we want to discard that. We've got 2 events, 2 upgrades, 1 support. So only 2 threat on the main scheme. Strife's going to attack. I'm just going to take it. 3 plus a boost of 2 equals 5. 2 encounter cards. Psionic Surge. 2 is the count for our max, so we'll discard 2 cards. And okay, starting to get some actively lucky breaks. We will deal none of them to ourselves as a face-down encounter card because none is psionic. And Psychic Override. Okay, this is the one where we re-roll like everything in our hand. Lots of options here. So an event, I would kind of like to keep events so that I can play Natural Flight this turn. Because I'm definitely going to want to flip down. Supports would let me keep a mental to discard this. Not really a big deal. I'm going to keep events. So discard 3, draw 3. I drew 2 more events. So now Natural Flight doesn't really even matter, but 4 threat on the main scheme. Okay, well, Natural Flight. Removing 4 from the main scheme. Draw from Angel. Psylocke is potential. I kind of like the look of going to Archangel and playing Adaptive Plumage. It doesn't develop me in the slightest. Sorry, I take a damage from Natural Flight. No, I think I gotta play Psylocke here. Okay, but I think I flip down, heal 1, well, let's just see what we draw first. Worthington Industries for Natural Flight. Metamorphosis. Don't think that changes anything. I'll recover for 3. Spend a mental to discard Mind Alteration. Sorry, so many games running together here. If you don't mind, I would have attacked for 1 with Hope while I was still Angel. Then we'll pay 3 for Psylocke. We'll just attack for 1, give her something to heal. Actually, it's probably not even worth it. Let's just attack for 1. Hold on Dazzler again, and the turn. Okay, really nice looking hand. 2 events, 2 resources, upgrade player side scheme. So 2 threat on the main scheme up to 4. Stryfe is confused. 2 encounter cards, Psychic Inertia and Advance for 1 plus a boost of 2. I just knew for a second that was going to be forearm and we were going to lose, but alas, not this time. Alright, so this is the one where we need to attack and thwart, which shouldn't be too much of a problem. And this is just going to be a phenomenal turn. Worthington Industries for Natural Flight. Draw, heal 1 with Warren. Pay 1 for Superpower Training. Comes in with 3 threat. Flip to Angel. Pay these 2 for Natural Flight, 4 off the main scheme. This returns to hand, draw from Angel. Oh, well, I wish they were actually spread out a little bit. Skilled Investigator. I guess I'm saving 1 in hand. Attack for 0, discard this. Yeah, that's a reasonable question. Do I actually Natural Flight this or just the main scheme right now? Because I can draw off Skilled Investigator next turn. Don't get huge value from getting the wings right away. I think I Natural Flight the main scheme, actually. Although, to be fair, I guess these guys could cover this. So, okay, let's not do that quite yet. So Psylocke and Dazzler will thwart down. Superpower Training. We'll get the wings. See if we draw something costing 1. Oh. That's possibly worth playing. We'll ready with the wings. Because we get the confusion. We're a little more resource efficient. And we still got a Natural Flight in hand for next turn. So let's go Adaptive Plumage for 3. Remove 3 threat from a scheme. Confuse an enemy. And then I'll just attack for 1, attack for 1, and the turn. I'm inclined to take this first attack just because I've got a pretty nice health cushion. Gives me an option to use my basic recover if that's the best activation for me. And Psylocke still does get value if she sticks around, so. Take a look at the hand here. 2 upgrades is the most. 2 threat on the main scheme. And especially because I've only got 2 of the same, Stryfe's attack is relatively low. So I'm going to take this attack for 3, plus a boost of 2, take 5. 2 encounter cards. Apocalyptic Influence is going to change me to Archangel form. Super awkward as always, because now I don't get to stop in regular angel form if I want to discard this. And then Mind Trap. Okay, so got no way to thwart past the crisis. Unless I go to angel form, but then I suffer the apocalyptic influence. Well, I think I suffer the apocalyptic influence. I'm just too likely to lose if I don't do that. I could draw with Iron Heart and see if that does something first. So I'm going to Angel. Well, I guess I'm also going to get a draw with this. So actually, I guess I do the Techno-Organic Wings because what happens is defined by what I am right now. So if I'm Archangel, reduce the cost of the next aerial event card you play from your hand this phase by 2. So that actually doesn't care that I stay in Archangel form. So we'll do that. Hope will just attack Stryfe for 2. What's my activation? I guess I'm attacking for 2 as well. One Metamorphosis in deck. If I do end up drawing Metamorphosis, I would rather... Alright, the attack's not worth that much. I'm actually not going to attack, just in case I draw Metamorphosis, which would let me get to Alter Ego, but then back to Angel. So I'll flip to Angel now. Or no, sorry. It would just let me get to Warren and then recover. So flip to Angel. We still have the cost reduction of 2. So we'll put Overwatch on the main scheme. Pay 1. For specialized training. Natural Flight, the main scheme. Pop Overwatch. Hit specialized training. draw from Angel. Dazzler, or no, I didn't draw Metamorphosis, so I'll just have Angel hit Specialized Training. When did I like just drew this, right? Like it was literally the last thing I drew. Yeah. Games are running together for me. So that hasn't mattered yet. I haven't actually played anything this turn. All right, Angel thwarts Specialized Training. So two reasonable options here, I think, are the plus attack to help end the game faster, or the +1 thwart. I think the plus attack is what I want. Enters exhausted. Skilled Investigator to draw. Well, no matter what happens, I'm getting a... Oh, I forgot to... Well, shoot. I was maybe going to reshuffle Metamorphosis with Worthington. I think at this point, actually, I'll just reshuffle the Natural Flight back. Pay 2 for Ironheart, draw an Overwatch. Nope. I'll keep that in hand, though. We're probably drawing a Natural Flight, so it'll probably go to use. Psylocke will attack for 1. She'll heal before she takes consequential damage because of her hero response. And then Dazzler can chill. We'll end the turn. Okay, 3 resources is the most of a thing we have. And a very resource-heavy hand. So case could be made for discarding a card, would also get us below the threshold of 3. I am going to get a draw when I play a thing from Angel. I think I'm not going to discard from hand. How many waves have I seen? I've only seen 1 telekinetic wave. I am going to discard a resource card. So this will put 2 threat on the main scheme, up to 3. Stryfe attacks. Psylocke will block. I guess Psylocke's probably worth more than Ironheart. I'd rather get Ironheart back in the deck at the very least. Let's block with Ironheart. Ironheart takes a bunch. 3 encounter cards. Captive Hope. I don't think I've ever drawn that in this matchup yet. Exhaust Hope, she cannot ready. There's a wave. We'll bounce Skilled Investigator. And now Psylocke will block. No boost ability. Psylocke dies. Advance hits the Confuse. So there is 1 telekinetic wave left, but we're done with advances. So we're not totally in the clear for flipping down, but I am going to get it to 0. So I think it's the correct move. Okay, skilled investigator. Okay, attack for 2. Draw with combat specialist. Ooh, is that good? I think that's really good. I think that's really good. Let's ready. Oh, skilled investigator enters tapped. Enters exhausted. Ready. Well, in hindsight, I would have waited to play this. Not a big deal. Definitely a piece of information that changes that, so I'm not going to take that back. But then we will flip down. Worthington. Only 2 cards left in the deck, so good chance I draw whatever I pick. Probably just keep the natural flights going. I mean, that's so good. Sure. Okay, pay 1 for X gene, which enters exhausted. Heal ability for 1. Recover for 3. Metamorphosis into, oh sorry, before I do that, deal myself an encounter card to get rid of apocalyptic influence. Metamorphosis to flip to angel. When we flip, we remove 2 threat from a scheme, and then angel lets us draw. Natural flight. The main scheme, spending avian anatomy to bounce back natural flight. Maybe that's not quite as good as I thought it was going to be. Well, Dazzler's ready to block. We got back to pretty good health. Thwart for 2 with Dazzler. Finish Captive Hope. I think getting her back is worth not saving it for Skilled Investigator. And end the turn. It's going to be a nice 4 encounter card turn, so we'll see how that goes. Empty out the deck. We're really well built up now, so could advance Stryfe, or well, advance Stryfe's Grasp sooner than later is definitely possible. Okay, 2 resources, 2 events. Good to see. Stryfe attacks, Dazzler blocks, takes a whole lot of damage. I don't think we've seen Forearm yet. How about Forearm to take control of? 4 encounter cards. Mental Transferal. Okay, that's pretty fine. Oh shoot, except need to find a way to do only 1 damage to Stryfe now that I've got Combat Specialist in play. Although, once we go to Stryfe's Grasp, Hope can take 2. That's not actually that bad. This will come in with 4 threats because we've got 2 as our count. Shadow of the Past. Avoided it almost every game here, so we were bound to see it. So, first we put in the minion, who's got a when revealed. Discard cards from the top of your deck until you discard an event. Take indirect damage equal to that event's printed cost. So we'll take 3 damage. Then, line 2, reveal your set-aside Nemesis side scheme and put it into play. So, that is not in play by the time that we get indirect damage. I might have played that wrong in game 1, actually. Then we shuffle the rest of the set in. And we can look at the last card, Telekinetic Wave. Is gonna hurt, but I don't think it can kill me. Even if we get Forearm. No, Forearm kills me, because that's 3 plus a boost of 4. Just double check that I haven't seen Forearm yet. Yep, so yeah, I'll defend for 2. Returning Skilled Investigator to hand. Still 2 is the count, so an attack for 3, plus a boost of 0, defended for 2, take 1. Okay. Harpoon is not the worst to let stick around. I think I want to take more care to be able to discard this, or just set up to discard it next turn. I could Show of Empathy Harpoon, not the best. I did that in game 1. I think I ready. Don't think I'm going to Archangel this turn. That's the last Telekinetic Wave too, so no extra advances in Alter Ego. Let's pay 2. So I've got 2 Natural Flight in hand. So let's have the first one. All right, first Natural Flight is just going to hit Telepathic Camouflage because I need to clear that no matter what. Draw from Angel's ability. Razor Dive kills Harpoon. Gotta play Skilled Investigator. So I could play both of these If I draw from Combat Specialist, and I skip Show of Empathy. We'll draw Manifold at some point. Okay. I will attack for 2 on Stryfe, which will deal 2 to Hope, and then discard this card. So we absolutely need to advance before we reshuffle in that card. Draw off of Combat Specialist. Oh, that lets me play Show of Empathy. So we'll pay 3 for Razor Dive, which will come back to hand because of Avian Anatomy. Take out Harpoon. 1, 2 to Natural Flight the main scheme. Hope will thwart Hook, Line, and Sinker for 2. Honestly, do we leave that in play? No, because we've got ways to suffer indirect damage. So we'll just get that out of here. Go to Alter Ego, heal 1. Worthington, a Natural Flight. Play Show of Empathy. Might keep Avian Anatomy in hand. I think I'll probably end up using it. Not as much, got some resources in the graveyard already, so not too much risk of overly a resource heavy hand. And we'll end the turn. Looking back, I think I definitely have discarded this in the past by playing stuff that entered ready before. So, okay, well, I lost those games anyway, so. All right, let's look at the hand. 2 events, ally upgrade 2 resources. Only 2 threat on the main. Stryfe Schemes for 1 plus 2 is 3. And only 2 encounter cards this turn. 0, Assault Surges, Mutant Insurrection. So this gives each minion toughness, and then when revealed, it's 2 additional threat for each Mutant Liberation Front character in play. So we got 2, so that's going to be 7. All right, I gotta get this thing out of here now. Let's do maybe Hope, actually. Okay, Combat Specialist, Hope, Skilled Investigator to discard Mind Trap. Don't think 0 is worth a Show of Empathy grab, especially with Forearms still in the deck. We've defeated our other 2 player side schemes, so so it's not clogging up a spot at all. We'll recover for 3, heal an additional 1. Worthington, I actually think it might be a razor dive now. I'm going to be getting ready to push pretty soon. If I had looked at the hand like a smart person, I would have exhausted X gene. Yeah, you know, we haven't gotten any new information. I've got no eligible events for X gene to pay for, so I think I would have exhausted that instead of something. Haven't gotten any new information, so yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, then drawing from Worthington. Ooh, a Nick is interesting. Probably a worthwhile play, I think. Although there's a lot I want to play at this point. Flip to Angel. Ready with wings. Let's attack 0. Gotta remember, actually, no, Crisis Averted does not ignore patrol. Attack 0 with Angel, draw from Combat Specialist. Oh, gotta remember, this actually has Assault, so basic thwarts against it use attack. But I think this is a pretty easy nick, so we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. For Nick, draw 3. This got a little bit more interesting. How? No, I don't think so. Under Surveillance number 2 is still in the deck, so I should draw that pretty soon to line up with, to time up with when we advance. So, okay, maybe I didn't fully math it out. I can't play Crisis Averted and Spider-Man. Well, maybe I do just play this Under Surveillance then. But I was kind of thinking I was gonna Crisis Averted plus Overwatch to pop Mutant Insurrection. I can't do that if Zero's alive. I don't hate leaving Mutant Insurrection in play. Giving minions toughness isn't that bad. I could go crazy with Metamorphosis. Because I've got even anatomy, so I could play it twice. That's not quite worth it, I don't think. Okay, I'm leaning towards Under Surveillance Spider-Man. I think that's going to be it. 2 for... Man, Under Surveillance, it's so useless. But so is kind of everything. Otherwise, I could, like, double Overwatch. Because there's, like, no way this... I guess it's not impossible that pops. Fine. Let's go 2 for... Let's check that card that makes us re-roll our hand. That's the other threat adding card I'm concerned about. Is one of them gone? Only one of them's gone, so one of those is still left. Now we could say player side scheme, and that would add no threat because they're all out of our deck. I could draw a hand of 5 events, and then I would not be able to stop the main scheme from advancing. But sticking a couple Overwatches out here is really huge in terms of when stuff gets bounced when we're in stage 2, and bounce something that we don't like really need to play back. Just thinking, okay. Three events in the discard. There's still 7 angel-specific events in here. Like, it's not actually crazy that we just draw an unbelievable amount of events. Let's do under surveillance. 2 for under surveillance. 3 for Spider-Man, buffing, attacking to clear out 0. Nick, thwarts, mutant insurrection for 2. Yeah. And the turn. All right, well, only got 2 events, so perhaps overly cautious, but all right, 2 on the main scheme because of 2 events. Actually, 4 would be really funny because now he'll get tough, and then we can get even more use out of him once we take control of him. Stryfe attacks, Nick Fury blocks. Ooh, and gets under fire as the boost. Nice to see that out of the way. 2 encounter cards. There's the Psychic Override. So nothing can actually pop it because we're 6 away. We're only going to draw up to 5 cards. So what do I just care about keeping in my hand? I would really like to keep under surveillance so that when I advance, I can put under surveillance on the new scheme. So I'm going to say upgrade, not losing anything crazy. Discard 4, draw 4. Ended up with 2 upgrades, so that'll be 2 threat on the main scheme, up to 9. So like, under surveillance didn't really save me because I could have named something else, but I actually think that is a good play because of how it just lets me make this turn look pretty good. Master Plan puts 4 threat on each side scheme. So low-key buffs Show of Empathy. Ultimately, not that annoying for Mutant Insurrection because I don't know if I was going to thwart it anyways. A little bit annoying for Stryfe's Grasp, but I have like no threats on board, so I'm obviously clearing it this turn. So, not really that upset. Okay. So I've got to play what we can before advancing because of the +1 to all costs thing. So that's going to make under surveillance cost 3. So I can stick an Overwatch out there, sure. Okay. I'll just stick an Overwatch on Show of Empathy because it'll be out forever. Probably in ignore mutant insurrection territory, so maybe I'll just move it kind of over here. So with Angel thwarting for 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready? 5, 6, 7 with Spider-Man. So that'll clear it. We go to Living Bomb. Oh, I'm out of my 3s. Advance the main scheme to 2A. So now we get the whole thing. Under surveillance costs 3. Stick it on the main scheme. And am I actually feeling frisky enough to flip down for the hand size? We won't draw out our deck, or yeah, yes we will because of the hand size. But we have 6 cards left, so we won't make it back to our advances or telekinetic waves. Wave, advance, wave, advance, wave. So we should be very safe to flip down. So I say let's flip down. Worthington, just to craft our hand a bit. Metamorphosis gets better in these late stages because it lets us tap into Archangel but still get back to like Angel, or let us do our alter ego stuff and get back to hero form for the villain phase. So shuffle in a Metamorphosis. Draw probably doesn't matter. I'll keep the Razor Dive in hand. We're pushing damage now. And end the turn. The other thing, man, I've played 6 games now, but I'm still, new things are occurring to me. Does Angel's ability is the printed cost. Okay, so when its cost is buffed, oh, and I should have healed for 1. So when the cost is increased by 1 by the main scheme, it does not deal 4 damage, does not deal an extra damage on Archangel's side. 7, 8, so we just barely go through the deck, getting an extra encounter card. We've seen in the scariest stuff, we've seen Under Fire, Shadow of the Past, Thumbelina, the activations, so good chance we see Forearm. So only 1 threat on the main scheme now. Stryfe schemes for 1. No, there's Forearm. So a scheme of 5 puts it up to 6. 2 encounter cards for a total of 3. Reaper. Reaper's probably actually worth stealing now because I don't have that long to wait anymore. Psychic Inertia is fine. Extreme Measures is fine. Okay. Okay, so nothing actually to do in Alter Ego. Okay. All right, here's where the turns get really puzzly. I potentially flip to Archangel first, and then end up metamorphosing to a regular angel. Let's see if I can spend a card in alter ego form so that I can Worthington Industries. Actually, the cost, shuffling in is not a cost, so I could just draw if I wanted to. Maybe I play Ironheart here. Sure. Well, yeah. No, I think I actively. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I am going to pay 3 for Ironheart. Get my blockers in order. And draw off of Ironheart. Oh, Weapon X is interesting. Why not sneak that in here too? Let's do my draw with Worthington. So we'll shuffle in Razor Dive. Shoot. Extreme measures. I guess I could have thought about this. After a player card enters play, we take indirect damage equal to that card's printed cost. So Angel will take 2. I actually think I'm not going to play Weapon X. I don't think it's going to break even by the time the game ends. We'll heal 1 with Warren. All right. One, two, three. Metamorphosis. To Archangel. No, let's look at our ordering here. Because Stryfe can't be defeated. I want to thwart him first. Okay. I guess I go, okay. I guess I just regular flip to Angel. One, two, X gene. Natural Flight. Show of Empathy. Pop Overwatch on, I think, Living Bomb. I think I can tolerate extreme measures, perhaps. Victory Display, Show of Empathy, Victory Display to get Reaper. Skilled Investigator to draw. Angel, draw. Might have messed up my order somewhere there, but with the responses. Do I need to be Angel anymore? Do I have the resources to do all this? I Metamorphosis. I attack to draw a card, and then I get a discount of 2 here, so I can still play Razor Dive. Yeah. Do I want to? Well, I'll get a little bit of thwarting in here somewhere. Let's do Hope. No, Hope doesn't thwart yet. If Ironheart thwarts for 1 down to 5, it's going to go up to 6. Threshold is 12. Single advance shouldn't end it. But I shouldn't take the risk if I don't have to. Can always kill Stryfe slower. Let's attack. Let's just attack Stryfe for 1. Down to 4. Discard Psychic Inertia. Draw off. Sorry, should have drawn off Combat Specialist before discarding to Psychic Inertia. Hope will thwart for 2 on the main scheme. Metamorphosis to Archangel, which will deal 3 damage to an enemy by the effect of Metamorphosis. And then by the effect of Archangel, we'll deal 2, so that advances us to Stryfe stage 3. None of this is an attack, so we don't take the crack back yet. There. And I horribly miscounted my resources somewhere, because I do not have enough to play Razor Dive. Maybe I only accounted 2 to actually play Metamorphosis. I guess technically I control Redemption, so it's something I could exhaust. Or maybe bounce to hand if the right card arose. Okay, so somewhere I got my math off. Comes in at 20. If I had done an iota of math, I would have realized that I can't play anything, so I would have used this in angel form to ready. So I'm going to let myself go back and do that and then attack for 2. Reaper will attack for 2. Uses up the tough, but I think pushing the damage is quite important here. And then Ironheart, let's just have her thwart for 1. We'll discard X Bunker end of turn and ready up. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 3 events is the most. 1 threat on the main scheme, Stryfe attacks, Ironheart blocks. As a boost, take 2 indirect damage. Archangel can just take both of that. And then Ironheart dies. I could maybe have put some on Reaper, but we're at very close to full health. I should have put a 2nd threat on there because of Archangel. Then we'll deal ourselves this encounter card. Shuffle up and deal another. Let's just see what this is in case we got to think about something. Discard cards from the top of your deck until you discard an event. Take indirect damage to its printed cost. If it has the aerial trait, this card gains Surge. Well, good chance it surges. But also, I mean, I have infinite damage here, so hopefully we just don't lose. Don't think I've missed any player cards entering for extreme measures. Except for, you could argue Redemption, I guess, but that doesn't have a printed cost. Okay, so here's the 2nd I should have dealt. Spear Shot, we discard from the top. There's a Razor Dive. I'll still take the whole 3, I mean... Sure. And that had the aerial trait, so this will surge into Harpoon, who comes in tough discard cards from the top, basically the same thing. 1 cost event. I'll give this 1 damage to Reaper. And then a telekinetic wave will return Skilled Investigator to hand. Spider-Man will block this attack for a lot of damage. And I'm 99% sure we had it based off how my hand looked, because Razor Dive is 9, 12, 15, 16, 17. I might have missed Hope getting the buff. I don't think I've actually attacked that much with Hope, though. But here we go. 1, 2, 3. Or let's just discount it by 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, how much damage am I going to take here? Take X damage, where X is the number of the most common. I'm going to have 2 events. That's fine. Pay 4 for Razor Dive. So that'll deal a total of 9, down to 7. I'll take 2 damage because I have 2 events / 2 allies in hand. Attack for 3. Draw. Attack for 3. Oh, shoot. This attack is going to trigger the damage as well, but I guess it's still 2 damage. Yeah, I guess it's just another 2 damage. Attack for 3. Draw. Attack for 3. Attack for 2. All right. I don't want to even say, all right, we got there, because I just know that I'm going to jinx it and then find a whole bunch of rules mistakes. So you'll, of course, know by now if that happened or not. Given the number of games this has taken, I'm probably posting this even if I did make a rules mistake, and that'll just be something I'll come back to one day if I did think I made a game invalidating rules mistake. So wish me luck as present Stretch22 prepares to go watch that back and cross his fingers the whole time. But overall, really fun matchup. I enjoyed Stryfe a lot there. That was really cool. Angel's really fun to play. I think getting so many games in kind of reinforced my evaluation of him. About maybe slightly above average. You know, maybe we could say average for modern heroes, slightly above average, given that there were some misses in the early hero designs. But really fun to play, bouncing between the different forms. I wish the acceleration wasn't so much of a cost. Some of those games, one of the games at least, you could argue that I lost because of that acceleration. Okay, I'm just going to wrap it up here. This is probably like a 5-hour-long video, so I've shared my thoughts throughout, so you kind of know how things went. Ended up, tuning the deck a little bit more towards Stryfe than I would have liked, taking out some of the extra aerial events I had in, putting in the second under surveillance, an extra ally, an extra boring ally just to block once in a while. But everything basically went perfectly that last game. I mean, nothing hugely inconvenienced us. We had that psionic card that discarded into nothing, some ignorable side schemes in the late turns. Always were pretty safe from in advance. I forget if maybe there was a turn where I left it up to chance, but pretty safe there. So, I mean, when you play enough games, odds are you eventually get one like that. But I think I improved my strategy over time as well. I think if I were to play this matchup 10 more times, I'd have a higher win rate than I demonstrated throughout this video, because I'm getting the hang of it more. And this definitely makes me want to play Angel some more. I really enjoyed that. I wish there was a bit more variety in the aerial cards, the aerial aspect cards we could play, but it is what it is. Justices are probably good enough. Protection Angel is probably maybe the best chance to use the aerial protection cards, because Ever Vigilant is really solid. So yeah, anyways, there we have it. So if you're watching these videos as they're coming out, Stryfe is only the 3rd scenario in Next Evolution that I've done. So this is not me wrapping up the Next Evolution wave. We are going to go do On the Run and Juggernaut once I get some of the new Civil War cards in my hands. So stay tuned for those. we'll see if I put out, I've got a couple video ideas I might put out in the meantime, but until then, take care and thanks for watching.